Hello. Oi.
I'm already unmuted. I am unmuted. No, you are hearing me from my phone, not from there. Hello, you are hearing from my phone. Can you hear me? I don't think so. Okay, excellent. That's great. Okay. All right, not a problem. Thank you.
Hello? Am I audible till the last seat? Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. It's overwhelming to see such an energetic crowd in participation at Emerging Scientists Season 3. This is Mariam Sayah from Asian Council of Science Editors. I'm working as Director of Communication at ACSE, and I'm truly honored and privileged to serve you as today's conference moderator. On behalf of the Asian Council of Science Editors, I extend a warm welcome to all of the participants. Thank you for joining us today. Allow me to kickstart the day by shedding light on the significance of this remarkable event. The Emerging Scientists Conference, brought to you by the Asian Council of Science Editors. It aims to foster multidisciplinary networks and provide opportunities to the region's brightest emerging talents. Our mission with ES 2024 is to nurture the next generation of scientific leaders by embracing a holistic approach that emphasizes multidisciplinary and comprehensive knowledge. Through this platform, we offer unwavering support to individuals, especially those in the early stages of their career, recognizing the pivotal role in driving innovation and bringing forth new ideas. I trust that today it will be a rewarding experience for all of you. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite today's conference co-chair, Professor Dr. Ghazi Mahabubul Alam, a highly esteemed figure in academia with extensive experience, and just to mention, he is currently working as Professor of Education Policy and Economics at University Putra, Malaysia. I would like to invite Professor Ghazi to join us for the welcome message, followed by our first keynote talk of ES 2024 on the topic Bridging Boundaries, the Role of Young Scientists in Shaping the Future of Research. Let's give a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Ghazi Mahabubul Alam. Over to you, Professor Ghazi.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, all right. Assalamu alaikum, very good morning to all of you who have joined at the podium or at the audiences. It's very privileged for me to welcome all of you and my colleagues who have joined today's conference, which is named as Emerging Scientists Conference Sessions 3. And obviously, many of you might have seen me or might have not seen me, because due to COVID, not more interactions happening around the world. But I used to happen to join most of the events conducted, organized, and arranged by the Asian Council of Science Editors. It's my privilege to again welcome you, and my name is Ghazi Mahabubul Alam. I have served as the president of ACSE some time. At the moment, I have been working with the ACSE very closely to understand many issues, many developments they are making in terms of the scholarly activities that's going on in the Asia and beyond. It's my very privilege to see all the very talented young and emerging scholars in the podium and attending in important conferences to talk, to negotiate, to network, to deliver, and to make a thought-provoking event. I wish I could join you at the podium in face-to-face, but my commitment did not allow me or restricted me not to do so. But having said that, I'm very, very allured, I'm very fascinating, and I'm very happy to see all of you and your contributions. When I was browsing through the topics, the talk that you are bringing forward in here is so remarkable, it's so important, it's so dynamic to the development of the world, to the Asia and beyond. And I'm sure that your contributions would take this world in a long way and placing Asia within the world in a very good, versatile, and important position. It's very difficult to thank to the organizing committee who have done this wonderful job and I'm speechless to really thank them. So the word is not enough to thank the organizing committee, the scientific committee, who have endeavored the most and who have contributed to the most for the successful organizing of this event. Having said that, many of my colleagues worked behind to make this organization successful. And I'm always, when I talk in an event of ACSE, I become much more emotional because I have been seeing the growth of the ACSE from being its child, or probably from the time it was being a brainchild. I'm very indebted to my beloved brother, Prof. Sarwar. I'm very indebted to Mariam Saab, who have taken this big job of challenges from here, from her being a successor of Nadia, and all these beautiful people have been made it very remarkable. And then I also I can name many like this son and many colleagues, Aslam, many colleagues make it very successful for this today's event. Having said that, I'm very indebted to all the speaker, the keynote speaker, the moderator, the facilitator, and the sponsors. Needless to say, without their support, it won't be happening today. And I encourage you to use the full potentials of this event, not by presenting your own topic, rather listening other people's topic, giving them comments, feedback, having a good networking with a tea break or a coffee break or eventually dinner break too, or lunch break even too. Make this podium as your podium, make a beautiful event of it. Being a joint or co-chair of this event, I'm very indebted to everybody, and I have short of language to express my gratitude for this day. I hope this event will go long way along the other events that have ACSE made very successful. Likewise, the conference ACSE annual event, Conference on Science, Medicine and Technology, and the ACSE has recently started Emerging Scientist Conference. Probably that is one of the important events that ACSE has started recently to motivate or to really make a boost of the young people of Asia, young mind of Asia, talent of Asia, so that it can go more beyond that we can think. Today's ACSE is tomorrow's dream. Today's dream of ACSE is tomorrow's reality. And this reality will happen with your own hand and with your own choice and with your own participation. Being a guy who has been end of the career or at the age of the end of the career, I would always be very happy to see this young mind thought contributing for the development of Asia and beyond, and making the Asian's place in the world as pragmatic as it could be. Thank you, have a nice day and have a fruitful day going ahead, and take care. I will happy to listen some of the talks time to time if I be able to join on online, but I'm not very sure on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ghazi, for such an insightful talk, highlighting the pivotal contribution of emerging scholars in modeling the trajectories of scientific inquiries. Now, moving forward, let me introduce our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rubina Hanif, who is currently serving as Director at National Institute of Psychology at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. She is known at national and international levels for her expertise in culturally sensitive assessments, testing, and diagnosis related to psychology. She is also the chief editor of Pakistan Journal of Psychological Research. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Rubina Hanif as she joins us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would take this opportunity and thank to the organizers of this conference. I've been attached with ACSE for a long time, but for this emerging scientist conference, I'm appearing second time. But all the time, students from my institute and Qaid-e-Azam University, I motivated them to join this forum because the networking that we develop at this forum is, I think, marvelous. So I hope all of you will enjoy this conference today. Coming toward the topic, balancing acts the dual impact of digital era on early career researchers and strategies for their success. As Mariam introduced myself, I am a social scientist. So social science research basically focus on human behaviors and issues. Researchers take pragmatic approach to work on solution-based intervention and solution-oriented approaches to come up with more realistic models that would be applied or that would be applicable in native and global contexts. In addition, this is also important that we should equally give importance to the global context, and we should try to align with the changing geopolitical and environmental demands and challenges. We all know that this millennium was we have seen number of challenges, and there were number of changes due to climate change, and the major change was due to the digital transformation. And this post-COVID era, we can see that every social phenomena is being defined in a different way. Even the definition of a normal human being has also been changed now. So we need to see that our early career researchers, are they going at the right path? What challenges they are facing in this digital era, and how this digital era can be benefited, how they can get opportunities to and utilize the opportunities this digital era has given them. So, as I told you that human behavior is the main focus of social scientists or social researchers. Human behaviors are not shaped in vacuum. These are actually overarched by a number of layers of systems in this social world, and all the behaviors are fabricated with these layers. Like an individual's behavior is shaped when he interacts with the family, peers, community, and other systems. Then you can see the outer layer, that is actually the chronosystems, the changes which has been emerged due to number of natural factors, and we cannot ignore these changes. Now this chronosystem is actually the overarching system of human behavior. So we need to see the human behavior with all these contexts. So researchers who are following the traditional methods of assessments or traditional methods of understanding the human behaviors, they are getting problems. So they need to see in what context, what changes have been done, how these changes have affected the human behaviors. Generally, in Pakistan, these changes or this digital era Generally, it is perceived that this is the era of activism, intolerance, disobedience, and disruptions as well. It may be true in some contexts because the changes in geopolitical systems, our then inflation and number of problems Pakistani people are facing, so reactions may be negative. But here question arises, are we more decent society than past? I need your reflections on this question. Can anybody can give any comment? Are we more decent society than past? Any comment, please? No? This is actually a debatable question. The elder generation, we have listened them, I am also part of that. We generally blame our youth that they are intolerant. This generation is not a compliant generation, or there are a number of problems with this generation. This actually perception also make doubts about the early career researchers, because they are also part of this youth, and when they work, I have observed that seniors, they don't encourage them. Every work is under doubt. This research is not genuine. It is downloaded from ChatGPT. This is the common question that every early career researcher may heard or may experience. Actually, we are not more decent society. There were many disruptions in past as well. In every era we have seen that there were intolerance, there were problems, there were different opinions in society. In every era it happens, but now the problem is actually the digital transformation. Because you can see that from 1996 to this year, how technology has evolved. And the first generation to grow up with the internet, millennials have also been described as the first global generation. The generation is generally marked by elevated usage of and familiarity with the internet, mobile devices and social media. The term digital natives, which is now also applied to successive generations, was originally coined to describe this generation. I'm sorry, fast. Okay. So, if you see from silent generation to baby boomers was the generation who was first get familiarity with internet, then generation X, millennium generation Y, now we are calling generation alpha. We are working with generation alpha. Most of youngsters sitting here, they belong to this generation. So what is the difference in their behavior? You can see with the involvement of so many technology, definitely this technology has been part of their life now, and it also has reshaped their behaviors. Now we cannot see behaviors in that traditional manner. इसका जरा मुझे डायरेक्शन बता दें कहाँ से इजी होगा क्योंकि ये okay. If you see this transformation, digitalization was the door when they were convergent to this digital format in the beginning of this millennium. Then use of digital technology become very easy at workplaces, at home, but even then in COVID-19, after this and during that COVID, this digitalization was at peak. What happened in Pakistan or maybe some other underdeveloped countries, that we were not trained for this digital era. We were actually ignoring the importance of digitalization. We were at the stage where we were not allowing students to keep mobiles with them even in universities. We were not allowing to take online class in traditional teaching systems. At home, parents, although we have seen number of parents even now, they are trying how they can keep their children away from these digital gadgets. I'm sorry, now it's not possible that we try to keep them away of gadgets. If we have been worked before this COVID and we have not pushed our generation into this digital era, maybe the result have been in a better way. And instead of excelling in TikToks, we may have excelled in AI tools. So the problem is this, that we have not worked at times to become to utilize productively this digital transformation. So that's why that our digital transformation is actually disrupted transformation. So we need to work on this, how we can impair it. Still we have time if we can work with our generation alpha. We can teach them how they can use this technology in a positive way. What impact this digital transformation or disruption has done on early career researchers? Number one is the cultural identity. With this globalization, researchers are confused about the cultural identity because underdeveloped country researchers they do not get much information from their seniors, from their own culture. So they see the Western models and try to opt, because it's very easy to opt the models which are already tested or which are already standardized. So they see that they can opt easily cultural models, so it may have created some biases in social science researches, and it is also losing the cultural identity of every country. Then economic prospect and trends. This is very tricky questions because if we see the funding agencies and global or trends, there the funding agencies are giving more funds to researchers. For COVID researches, I have seen that internationally there were huge funds were released for researchers, and social scientists have worked in Western countries very well. But when we relate it with Pakistan or Asian countries, we can see that here the funding opportunities were less in this COVID era, and even the students who were on scholarships abroad studying there, they were getting problems to get this funding. So maybe some policy maker can answer it better, or some survey if someone has done, someone has any research that what happened in Asian countries. Actually, I don't have statistics, but apparently researchers are getting problem to get funding for research, because most of the funds were released for COVID related researches. So social scientists working on other areas, they are getting problems. Then education in global trends. This is very easily flourished that we are working in the following the global trends in our school education, in our higher education. The researchers who are supervised by senior researchers, they are trying to make them the traditional, and they are teaching them the traditional way of research. So how they can compete the global standards, this is a big challenge for early career researchers. Then health and welfare is actually it has become the more vital question for every social scientist. every research actually is working for the well-being of human behavior. So well-being, mental health or welfare. In every social science research, this is actually try to achieve that it should help to improve the health and welfare. So this is a positive sign that you know paradigm is also shifted toward positive psychology. So it is that social scientists are working for the welfare of society. Then beliefs and attitudes, obviously with all the systems, the attitudes and beliefs are also changed. Now the attitude toward compassion, empathy, people are more inclined to work in these areas, and even researchers working in history, economics, they are also following these empathetic and compassionate models. And at the same time, the self-compassion concept of researchers is also very clear now. Now researchers take care of their own health, they take care of their achievements, they want feedback on that. So they are more sensitive that people should appreciate their achievements. So this can be a problem and this can be an opportunity as well. Then our social tendencies have been changed, tendencies in terms of our relationships, in terms of our communication. Communication patterns are changed. Now people are more comfortable to chat or to talk through SMS or social media forums. Face-to-face communication platforms are very few, and more people are comfortable with social media communication channels. Then workplace behaviors are also changed because the workplace are now technology savvy and working to involve or to transform the work styles into digital manner. I don't know. ये प्लीज को मुझे हेल्प कर देंगे, नहीं काम कर रहा इसमें शायद कुछ मसला है. Okay. So basically, when we talk about the Gen Alpha, they need skill-based learning, they need employees recognition and validation, and they need a tech-enhanced workplace. I have discussed this thing. Then AI in education is more prevalent. It has many benefits and at the same time challenges. Then when we talk about the dual impact of digital era, you can see there are a number of tools which are being used in research, like some literature research tools, then there are some citations applications, then data analysis applications. So all the researchers are trying to utilize these tools, and due to these tools the access to information is has been increased. Convenient collaboration to online platform is possible. Wider audience through open access journals and social media is now happening there. Then filtration of information is difficult. This is a challenge. When we use all these online forums, what information is right, what is wrong, this is a problem. Then credibility of sources is also questionable. Then researchers are always under pressure to stay updated. Then demanding research tools and technology. Technology is obviously a demanding thing, so people get fatigued. So researchers are under this fear that how they should compete the technology speed. Then increased competition in digital space is also a big challenge for researchers. So this is actually the areas where researchers work. They publish their research, how they can publish in renowned journals, in reputed journals, reproducibility, how it is possible. All these things are possible through AI tools, but how authentically a researcher can work in all these areas. Few strategies which can help early career researcher to enhance their skill, enhance their success. Number one, researcher need to enhance the skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and ethical decision making. Ethical decision making is very, you can say, important thing that researchers need in these days. Then to evaluate the credibility of information, they need to focus on the reliable sources where they search the literature. Then they also need to verify the author's credibility, what they have done in this subject matter, what is their expertise. You know, in these days it's very common that people are jumping into other fields. They have expertise or they don't have expertise. They claim that they are mental health professionals or social scientists. Then focus research questions. Now, with AI tools, you can go in depth research. You can even work in parallel, not only in depth, you can also go like different in T-shaped work style. You can also work that. So if you have any focused question, you can easily manage the data, otherwise it may be problem for you. Then cross-referencing information is also important. When you get some source, you need to cross-refer with multiple sources. It's very easy to cross-reference, to get cross-reference through social media platform. Then these are a few benefits which through using AI tools which can enhance the authenticity, credibility, and can save the cost and energy of the researcher through language processing tools, image recognition tools, data analysis, algorithms can be attained. You see, when you get an algorithms manually, it takes a lot of time, but through tools, it's just seconds task, and it can summarize big data, number of information in one algorithms. Then better effective interventions can also be utilized through these AI tools. Then digital literacy can need to be enhanced. So the outcome or the key home message from this lecture is that the early career researchers need to enhance their digital literacy. They need to upgrade their professional skills. They need to upgrade their, to get some capacity building trainings. So thank you very much. Question answer अभी हो गया? Question answer. इसके बाद कंपाइल ले लेंगे ताकि गाजी साहब आने हैं उनको भी साथ ले लेंगे.
Hello, Professor Ghazi, am I audible to you?
Indeed, yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
So I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ghazi Mahabubul Alam again to shed some light on the topic, Bridging Boundaries, the role of young scientists in shaping the future of research. Over to you, Professor Ghazi.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everybody, and glad to be back to talk again. And I'll try to talk as limited as I can so that you will be able to go to a tea break at 10 o'clock. So, again, thank you very much. I think I can hear. Can you hear me? Anybody? Mariam, can you raise your voice whether I'm audible or not? Am I? All right. Okay. I mean, the buzzword of this topic makes me so aware of difficulty of things. Now, many would say young researcher, many would say emerging researcher. How do you define young researcher or early career researcher or an emerging researcher? Can we really define researcher by the way we define generations? By the way we define the people in the same way that we define the development, like the development we define as emerging countries, as developing countries, or developed countries, or so to speaking. These are very confusing, and that's something we really need to really think a bit. When you put an word young researcher, it really talks about the age of the researcher. When you talk about the emerging researcher, then it's talked about the development of a researcher. When you talk about early career researcher, then it talks about when you start. Now somebody starting a research at the age of 50 like me could be an early career researcher at the age of 50, but may not be a young researcher, or may not be an emerging researcher. So when an emerging researcher is, it could be even in 60s. At the age of 60, your research is going to talk nicely, shaping nicely, taking a boat, or taking to fly, about to fly. That is called emerging research. So emerging researcher doesn't really narrow down to the boundary of the fact of age. Rather, when your research started flying, that is called emerging researcher. To my understanding as a language understanding, young researcher is anybody can be any young researcher. At the age of beautiful age, like young people like you are, you could be any young researcher. Early career researcher is also very difficult in understanding. Now what I understand is, all of you probably finished your graduate or your PhD very recently on to fly in the shape of research. Now these days, people are coming to the beautiful age in the PhD, not like our time. Our time people would be going to the PhD, 40s, 50s and so forth on. These days I can see many people coming to the PhD, early 20s, or late 20s, or within the 30s. So the things has been changed in many ways. Before I go to the dynamics, how you develop yourself, we all really need to think about it. Have we taken education as a commodity? Is that commodity force us to enroll into a PhD at the age of 20s, or at the age of early 30s? Or actually I love it, I have patience on my research. Because of that, I wanted to do a PhD. Or I am doing a PhD because it's become a cup of tea to have a job. Or it has been replacing a job that used to be done by a bachelor degree people. So therefore, the bachelor degree people is replaced by the PhD people. So in order to get a degree job that is to be done by the bachelor degree people, I need a PhD. If that is the case, probably, if that is the intention, probably even at the age of 70 or at the age of 80s, will remain as an emerging researcher. Even I have done my PhD. If we do my PhD at early 20s, with an intention of having a job, not to be passionate in the research, probably at the age of 70, I'll remain as an emerging researcher. I'll be remaining as a young researcher. I'll be remaining as an early career researcher. So starting a research with a passion mind is more important than anything else. Now these days, the dynamics of the research mind has been really tortured, has been wrapped by the way of commodification of research, by the way of diploma disease in PhD, by the way we understand the need of the PhD. The need of the PhD to have a job or accelerate a career is the wrong perception, and from where the dilution has been started. So now, when you want to be a really emerging researcher, or when you want to do something good in the research, emerging is not the end. So emerging is a starting point. Emerging is a point where you have a niyat, is a dream, and that dream, has it been transmitted? Has it been converted? Or has it been influenced by the dream of research, by the dream of understanding of research culture? That is very important, rather than seeing that I need to do a research. Research is a good thing, it will help me in a career, without being passionate. These days, when I go to the university, I can see many people are coming to do the PhD. So PhD become an important market for the university to survive, rather than to take it as a passionate things to do the research. So that is the mistake. If we make fast, things will be spoiled. No matter what is the age, no matter what is the time of start to do the PhD. So now PhD thinking as a fact of career, thinking as a fact of commodity is an spoiling point. The second spoiling point of the universities, whether they think the PhD is a number, is a quantity rather than the quality. So PhD need to be connected not with the quantity. It needs to be connected with a more of rather pragmatic whether the PhD is able to do a real innovation. So when we are talking about the emerging, sometimes I feel emerging even could be at the age of 70, or emerging will be never end, because the near, the way of we cultivated our research thought was not clear enough. So that's a very emerging call, or that's a very call of emergency that we need to think. So the first point of to explore yourself as an emerging researcher, make your niyat, make your determinations, along with your university determinations in a para, where I'm standing, why am I doing research? Do we need everybody to be a researcher? Not really. It's not a very big proportion of the researcher would change society. Rather, a small proportion of the researcher with a quality researcher would change the society. So changing the society, not a proportion of the bigger proportion of the researcher is incredibly needed. Rather, a small proportion of the society, but a good understanding of the research is needed. Yet these days, nobody is able to replace Newton. Nobody is able to replace Socrates. Nobody is able to replace Aristotle, Plato, Steve Hawking. Why? Because the thought research become a market, become a commodity. Newton wasn't a university graduate. Socrates wasn't an university, but they are the means of the university. So university have taken research as a business, and that started commodity. That we need to be very careful about it. Nowadays, denying university as a research podium is simply impossible, and we should not want to deny that. And in order to do so, we got to be a remarkable question from the both sides. The supplier side, which is the university, being the supplier, they need to think it, are we really taking research as a business or research as an innovation to survive or contribute to the world to be survived? The main contribution of the research is to world to be survived, not the university to be survived. The main contribution of the research, not for my career, but I'm supporting the world to be survived. So the parameters, the propositions, the ideology, the notions of thinking need to be changed in first place. The second place is how I go about it, how I chase about it. These days, many people are chasing research as a number game. Should I chase research as a number game? Should I chase research as a game of ACSE journals, game of impact factors? Should I chase the research as a game of all number? Or actually I do the research and the research chases the number, or I chase the number and because of that I do the research. So chasing the numbers by the research is a wrong way of thinking, wrong way of dynamics. Rather, I do a research, dynamic research, not to chase the number. Number will run with me, or number is a fact that will be developed by my research. Rather, I am not chasing my numbers. In the day of these beautiful days of ICT, technologization, digitalization, are you doing research, or are you being so corrupt? Are we taking the paper in a chat GPT or in a software, changing it, everything is a loop, sentences and all those things, making a paper and become an incredible researcher? Are we become a reviewer and a full of networking people asking each other to cite each other paper, asking each other to promote each other? Is this the way? So are we really in a gambling game of promoting research? Or are we in a game where we are actually doing research and people is coming? Are we actually bees goes and chase honey, and they collect honey and we chase it? So are we bees or are we human beings to hunt the bee, hunt the honey? A big important thing that we need to think. If we really being a human being in the research, just to hunt honey from the honey, and there, if there is no bees, there will be no honey. So in order to have the honey, we need bees. We don't need the human being to hunt the honey. So these days, in the research, we don't see bees. Rather, we see human beings hunting the honey. And that's all about dependency theory. That is how the developed country wants us to do that. And we are putting our leg into the trap. Why would they want to do that? So that we don't have a real research in our own mind, in our own thought. Based on that, we become dependent to the research of the developed country does. We depend on the research that is ongoing in the developed countries. And we become a slave, forever dependent. So even become an independent country, if we have a research dependency to the Western country, will remain forever dependent. And our universities these days are forcing the young people to do so. In the name of the remarkable research, we are asking them to chase ACSE journals. We are asking them to chase impact factor. We are asking them to chase, to boost their H index, without knowing why H index are created, why ACSE journals are created, why Scopa journals are created. Without knowing the purpose of the gun, we are giving the guns to the hand of the young children to shoot, to fight. And in the name of playing a sport game, they're fighting. So that is something need to be stopped at. And the Asia need to come in a consensus to think about it and to find out the way to really rescue from this hand. If we don't rescue ourselves, we'll be undented. Probably many impact factor journals, many high index would give you a good career, would give you a good way of living, but probably will never allow you to stand by your own feet. So it's important to the Asian universities to come in an umbrella, to talk, to determine, to set an agenda, what to do, how to do, what not to do, what to do. It's not like a way to really chase something which is not achievable or something which we should not achieve. These days, because of the World Bank tendencies, many other, I will not mention the name, tendencies, we have been welcoming all those dependency tools, blended learning, blended research, all those things. Why we are doing this? We are doing it without knowing it. We are doing it in the value of our micro perspective, individual perspective. We want to empower myself, thyself, everybody. University also want to empower themselves. They want to show themselves they are in a ranking game and they have won the game. Have you won the game by losing your leg? If you lose your leg and won the cricket match, probably you become a hero in Pakistan. But what happened next day, you can't play anymore. So who's going to win your match? So winning a certain match in exchange of a leg or in exchange of a head is an emotional heroism, but not the pragmatic. So we should not go to an emotional heroism, or we should not go to an way that will lead us to really do some research for the short-term gain. When I talk these things, it looks like demotivation. But think in another way, it might be a motivation. So the best thing to do is not to follow the oyster, not to become the dependence, not to become overly there. Rather, need to understand what is their strength, where we are lagging behind. The beautiful knowledge of research was innovated in the Middle East soil. Believe me, the university and knowledge is the Asian soil, slowly transmitted to the Western soil. And now we become the kept, we become the slave in the name of the dependency theory. And no way they can, we would be, no way, or there is no better way to make us dependency except make us a dependency in education, dependency in research. Dependency in food will only make you recover. Dependency in clothes will only make you recover. Dependency in your weapon will only recover. But dependency on education and on research will never allow you to recover. Believe me, they serve as a central point. And because of that central point, if you become independent in education and research, and if you can lead that, automatically other development would follow you. It's not easy to do though, because when you are under as an independent, it's not easy to become a dependent. Like many poor people cannot be rich people, but if they have a mentality to become poor forever, nobody can rescue them. So at the end of my note, I would say that don't chase by ChatGPT, don't be chased, or don't make yourself be chased by digitalization and many more. Use them as a pragmatic reality to support yourself, to boost your knowledge, not to really chase your number games. Hope around the time we'll be listening many other talk, which will be able to reflect many other point of views. But I always try to bring a different point of view so that when you are in the boat, you don't lose. You don't get lost your destination. So without losing the destinations, we will only bring the changes in the issue. And at the age of my completion of the career or completion of my research life, I always have faith, confidence, and I always trust you. I always believe you. I know you will make change. I know you will make our dream come true. And I know you are there to make it true. And I know we can't do anything except motivating you, except supporting you, except put our hand on your shoulder and say, keep going, keep going. Being a parent, being a senior researcher, or being an old researcher, I wouldn't say senior researcher, being a researcher, old by age, I can always put a hand on your shoulder and say, keep going, having a research philosophy. And that will really help you to be an emerging researcher. With the end note, I would always say, let us come to the umbrella, Asian Council of Science and Technology. Let us grow together. Let us make bigger and bigger. And let it be a big hope for Asia in the change making, in the dynamic making. And in doing so, I will be always with you. I'll be always with my brother, Prof. Saru. Whenever he needs me, whenever ACS needs me, I'll be there. I know, being an orthodox mind, I would be always bringing a different perspective. But believe me, my perspective may be wrong, or my thinking may be wrong, but my intentions of loving Asia, my intention of loving ACSE has no wrong, has no fault, has no corruption, no elimination. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Having a nice day. I'll try to follow up and catch up sometime with you, and definitely I'll get some update from Mariam Saab, a good friend of mine, and also from Sarwar, a good friend of mine. And thank you, everybody. I miss you, but if I happen to travel in Pakistan or Dubai, I'll catch you up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Dr. Ghazi, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. Yes, I can. I can hear. It's a bit softer, but I can still hear you.
Okay, I would try to be a bit more loud. So let's stay with us for the Q&A session for both the keynote lectures. There is a housekeeping announcement that we just received. The Emerging Scientist Season 3 conference is also being live streamed on our YouTube channel and Facebook page. And we have shared the link through the WhatsApp group to all of the attendees too. So moving forward to the question answers for the first two keynote lectures, we have received a few from our online attendees. The first question is for Dr. Rubina Hanif. How can early career researchers discern between valuable digital resources and distractions? And what advice would you offer for leveraging digital platforms to enhance research visibility and impact while staying focused on core academic goals?
Thank you very much. I think I have shown a slide on which I have given some techniques that how we can use the how we can see the authenticity For that, one technique is the, I think it was, okay. Yes, we can evaluate the credibility of information by searching or focusing on the reputable sources. When I say reputable sources, basically reputable sources are where you can see some authentic researches which are recommended by your advisors, then academic institutes or organizations which are actually working in academic settings, or in non-academic settings which are in collaboration with some standard policy making organization. So you need to see those sources. Then you should also see the author's credibility. The information you are getting or article you are getting from internet, you should see what is the credibility of this author, what is his qualification, where he is working, what are other publications of this author. If you establish that it has sufficient subject matter expertise, I think this is can be the one method. Second part is that how you should give time for the visibility on social media. You know, this is very important in these days. You should disseminate whatever you work or publish on social media. It will help you to develop social networking. So this is not the wasting of time. This is actually the productive use of social media. Instead of going for TikToks and other things, you can focus on dissemination of your research.
Dr. Rubina, one more thing, as you mentioned in your lecture, it's a dual impact when we talk about digital.
Yes.
So in this scenario, as a social scientist, what do you suggest or what do you see in this case that either it has a positive impact more or negative when digital era is getting in touch with our students and early career researchers, where the scale is actually right now?
Okay, as I mentioned that we are we have adopted this digital life in disruption. We were not trained to use the digital gadgets and resources. So there are problems right now, but I think we can impair these problems by engaging those youth to utilize this digital forums for in a productive way. For this, I think the advisors, teachers, instructors, they also need to learn about these devices and tools. Because if they themselves will not show interest, they cannot engage their youngsters. So this is one thing that yes, we can still work on it. And I think everything has positive and negative side. It's up to the user how you are using. Are you using for the in a productive way, for a positive youth development, for working as a flourishing part of your community, or you are using it only for time wasting or in a destructive way, or for disseminating negative things? So it's in your hands. For this, Allah Ta'ala has given us wisdom. So we need to use that.
Dr. Rubina. The next question that I received from one of the online viewer is for Professor Ghazi. Professor Ghazi, am I audible to you?
Yes, Mariam, yes.
Yes, the question that is for you is, as you know that diversity, equity and inclusivity has been a major concern when we talk about academia or publishing landscape. So how can young scientists, researchers proactively engage in initiatives to promote diversity, equity and inclusion in research in your perspective?
Mariam, I lost you, I think. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, excellent. Yeah.
Major concern when we talk about academia or publishing industry. So, in your perspective, how can young researchers and scientists proactively engage in initiatives to promote diversity, equity, and inclusivity in research?
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's not so easy to answer. Now, the word of equity, diversity, access, and inclusions. These are again a propagated or originated, defined in developed countries. Now, it's very important for a regional understanding how they really want to do equity, access, and diversity in their own way and the country perspective. Now, is it very important for a country like Pakistan to make everybody in the university? Or actually, it is very important that make everybody in the primary school and secondary school, and make the primary school and secondary school very stronger, like they can be trained as strong as a bachelor degree people. If we do so, probably the quality of education would change, and the finance money that we are investing into education will be more pragmatic, more fruitful. The problem is the way we define the equation, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Are we doing it by having a metaphor, developed country on my hand? If that is the case, probably you would see the number of university graduates in developed countries. But do you really see, also you will see the proportion or the ratio of secondary graduates between university and secondary in a developed country. But do you see, is it a number matters or actually the gravity of education matters? In the research, are you actually really trying to see about inclusion, diversity, access, or in the name of access, or in the name of inclusion, we are making as a market, as a commodity, and the market will give the dominancy to the other country to dominate over us. Now, having said that, am I an opponent of inclusion, diversity, access? No, I'm not. But what I mean is actually we need to have that in our own definitions. We need to have our own target plan, not given an agenda by anybody, or not given an agenda to follow, rather an agenda to make, to develop, to make an action plan so that we can really make it happen. And the action plan is so substantial, so impactful. So research does not live in an isolation of other phenomena of the society. And research is not the solution for the society unless the society have a synchronized in all the problems together and then consider research as to solve them. Now when we have that all target plan together, probably the word of inclusion, access, diversity would really proper translation, would take into action of translation. At the moment these are words, these are topics, these are definitions to be followed, and we are following them. For instance, we know 11 players are needed in a cricket team. Of course, we do know that. And in a national cricket team, we probably have a 16 player. But why I say that, 11 players in the squad. Now if you want to make an inclusion, somebody, okay, I need to make an inclusion of the poor people in the team, without making infrastructure for people to do a good cricket, because cricket is a playing of aristocratic game, and it needs to be a very aristocratic. So now, is it important actually to make the cricket to be accessible to all the people and make them fundamentally understand, and then be them good cricketer and bring them into the squad of 11? No, let us make a culture to bring one from Peshawar, one from Punjab, one from Lahore, one from poor family, one from this family. No, it doesn't work that. So inclusion works when all the things become synchronized. Diversity works when all the things become synchronized. It doesn't work in an isolation. It needs a collective force. It needs an action plan. So inclusion could be a good thing. Of course, bringing a poor people or bringing a player from different diversities would be definitely good, but make it happen fast and then bring that. So all these terms are very important for the development action or any course of action you do. But in order to follow that, an Western prescription is not going to help. It's going to destroy. Inclusion of the female. It's a good thing to do, but it needs a solid action. It needs additional actions to be done. So my argument in here is inclusion, diversity, all in research are very important. And when I beat a funding in the Western country, they say you need a ladies researcher. I said the area I research, I don't have a ladies. So let me grow my daughter, be researcher, and then I'll bring her into the research. I always say them, give us a scope to really grow out together and all together. So it's a history, culture, and many things happen. So in a way, what I'm saying is, what is the inclusion plan of your country? What is the diversity plan of your country? What is the access plan of your country? So access will convert into inclusion, and inclusion will convert into the diversity. So if these are not synchronized, NEEP doesn't have a history of synchronization, it will just remain as a word, it will remain as a definition, it will never take into action as a platform. So instead of developing that, or developing the research phenomena, this word could be a destroying phenomena to yourself or to many other actions. Hope that works. If not, you can just always email me. The colleague who asked me the question, you can email me. I'll try to give you some reading that will really help you to have more in-depth knowledge on that rather than just choppy, sophisticated, catchy westernization, inclusion, diversity, access, all this phenomena. Thank you very much.
Ahead of timeline, here we conclude our morning opening session, and I would like to thank Professor Dr. Ghazi Mahabubul Alam and Dr. Rubina Hani for such an excellent talk on the both keynote lectures. Now moving forward, as we have our tea and networking break along with poster competition, I would like to take the question answers from the audience. Am I audible? We will take the questions from the audience here to the tea break. You can ask, Dr. Rubina will be there, so you can contract with him regarding any sort of question or queries from the lecture. So, making it a symmetry to move to the lobby area, there is some housekeeping announcement. I would like to request the poster presenters at first to please go back to your lobby area with your poster stands. All of the rest of the members, please stay here. Only the poster presenters, please report to your poster area with your poster so that we can start the poster competition. Rest of the members, please stay in the auditorium. Meanwhile, I would like to check the poster evaluation committee for medical and health sciences. Professor Dr. Aslam Saab, please join us here. Dr. Najia Rahim and Dr. Maqsoodur Rahman, the evaluation committee members, please join us here so that we can guide you the way to evaluate. Also, the room moderators for room 1, please be here with the evaluation committee members and guide them the way to poster area. Yes, sir. The room moderators, they will be guiding you for the poster evaluation. For the room 2, the conference track, Agriculture and Biological Sciences, I would like to request Dr. Abdul Nabi Jat and Dr. Farkhanda and the room moderators of room 2 to please guide the evaluation committee member to the respective area. For the conference track, Social Sciences and Humanities, I would like to request Dr. Rubina Wasim and Dr. Shahid Minhas to please join us here, along with the moderators of room 3 to please Guide the evaluation committee members to the poster area. For room 4, Physical Sciences and Engineering, I would like to request Dr. Amir Saeed and Dr. Iza Anwar to please join us here. Also, the moderators of room 4 to please guide the evaluation committee to poster evaluation area. For rest of the members, please join us in the lobby area for tea and networking break. Thank you.
Retired Professor Muhammad Aslam. He is a MBBS doctor. He has also done MPhil, PhD, FCPS and FPMS. Currently, he is an advisor postgraduate education and research at Shifa Islamabad and Dean Basic Medical Sciences, College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan. Professor Muhammad Aslam brings a wealth of expertise to our conference. Everyone, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Major General Retired Professor Muhammad Aslam to take his seat and start the session.
I would like to introduce our session. I would like to introduce our next session chair, Professor Dr. Sobiat Basum. She is currently working as a professor at International Islamic University, Islamabad. She has done her PhD from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. She was honored to receive the prestigious Gold Medal Award in Master. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Sobiat Basum. Dr. Sobiat Basum, please come on the stage and kick off today's session. I would like to request the session moderators and the presenters to please strictly follow the program timeline so that we may complete our agenda in time.
Dear presenters, you have 13 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for question answer session. Thank you.
Privilege to be here to coordinate the second session of ES 2024. Before I start, I may remind you the core objectives of ES 2024 is to establish dynamic interdisciplinary platform for doctoral and postdoctoral scholars across Pakistan. This platform will empower them to showcase their cutting-edge research and participate in insightful debates and propelling their projects into new sites. And the conference serves as a catalyst for fostering collaborations, networking, and forging partnerships. So these benchmarks will be, inshallah, reflected by the talks. And it is my elated privilege to invite my colleague, Professor Dr. Sobiat Basum from International Islamic University, Islamabad, and her topic is on mechanistic insights and novel anti-epileptic therapeutic targets revealed by natural products. Dr. Sobiat Basum, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Very good morning to all of you. The topic of my talk is mechanistic insight and novel anti-epileptic therapeutic targets revealed by natural products. Well, before going in the details of the topic, I want to introduce you with the neurodegenerative disorders. About 30 million individuals globally, they are diagnosed with neurodegenerative diseases. And if we look at the statistics of Pakistan, we can find that after vascular diseases, there is a very much prevalent cases of headache problems, epilepsy, and different psychiatric problems, including depression, stress, anxiety, and dementia is also very much common these days, along with other physical impairment movements. So, if we look at the etiology of the neurodegenerative diseases, we can find that there are several causes that are involved, like in the etiology of these neurodegenerative diseases. Basically, these are due to the uncharacteristic protein kinetics, perhaps due to the defective protein breakdown and its assembly, and most commonly it may be linked due to the oxidative stress and free radical configuration, or maybe due to the mitochondrial dysfunction, and perhaps due to the introduction of toxic metals or the pesticides. So what we basically need to divert our research toward the identification or the investigation of these protein pathotypes and to identify the variable drug targets. See, when we talk about the targets, we should be very much careful while designing any drug or any medicinal product, because nowadays we are facing a lot of side effects that are due to the binding of the drug molecule with the non-specific sort of target. So one should be very much specific while identifying the targets, and these molecular targets, they are very important to design any therapy to avoid any issue that is related with the side effects and the emerging issue of drug resistance. So in my talk, I just want to highlight the problem of drug resistance and the non-specific sort of targeting and how we can identify the safe and the cost-effective sort of medicinal product. So I have selected epilepsy as a disease model for this study, and what's going on inside my laboratory, mostly I'm working on the neurodegenerative diseases and somehow on the oncology like breast cancer. So after extensive review, we have identified that 2.2 million citizens of Pakistan, they are basically linked with the epilepsy as per the National Epilepsy Center reports. And how the epilepsy appear, it's a chronic, very complex sort of neurodegenerative disorder that appears in the form of seizures. So what's seizures? Basically, our brain, it sends electrical commands and our body then acts accordingly. However, due to the disruption in this electrical activity, we may find some sort of the disturbance in our physical and the behavior movement, and that may exert some sort of alteration in the level of awareness. So, due to the problem in this electrical activity or the disruption, this constitute the clinical symptomology which is known as seizure. Different pathways, they are involved in the epilepsy or in the neurodegenerative disorders, like inflammatory pathways there, ion channel problem is there, GABAergic receptors or glutamatergic receptors are there, and itself genetic is also involved. But for this study, we have selected inflammatory pathway or the neuroinflammation along with oxidative stress, because we know that oxidative stress is very much common in these days, and we are always focusing on the diet or on the supplements to boost the antioxidant potential inside our body. So this is the pathway which we have selected for our study. I just want to focus on this nuclear factor kappa B right now that is present in the center. So I want to see the upregulation or the downregulation of this nuclear factor kappa B, which is basically due to the neuroinflammation problem. When our brain it goes to the excitability condition, then several sort of the cell membrane bound receptors they will get activated. And there are two main reasons. You can find that maybe the TGFR receptor it will get activated, and ultimately it will get involved in the phosphorylation of this NF kappa B. Upon the phosphorylation of this NF kappa B, it will translocate inside the nucleus, and its gene it will transcribe, and ultimately it will go toward the translation, and it will produce the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So my interest to find out the level of inflammatory cytokine and how they can affect the number of surviving neurons. Either they are going to boost the number of neurons, or they are going to deplete the number of neurons. And similarly, several other transmembrane receptors you can see upon the activation, they can increase the level of carbon dioxide inside our body, and this overload of the carbon dioxide ultimately it can also go toward the oxidative stress and also the activation of this NF kappa B. And again, the another pathway that is also linked with the oxidative stress, that is of my interest, where we can focus on the NMDAR and GABA receptor. We know that already drugs, they are for the control of epilepsy. Epileptic drugs are there. Then why we need to go for the investigation of alternate source? Like drugs are available, but why patients they are not getting any sort of efficacy? There are several problems that are linked. You can see that adverse drug reactions, they are also being reported for epilepsy. And it's maybe due to the poor response rate of the current medicine, and it may be due to the long-term remission of the patient. They will spend more time in the hospitals while seeking medicine and while seeking suggestion. And this will ultimately exert a lot of economic burden on the patient, and it can affect their lifestyle, and definitely these drugs are not cost effective. And patients, if not getting any sort of efficacy, that means there is a problem, that drug resistance issue is there, and we need to address it. And there are also several side effects along with depression and other problems. So after a review, we have identified the research gap that the currently available medicine is not efficient, and it cannot provide us the curable treatment for epilepsy. So the condition can go toward the refractory sort of epilepsy. I mean, it can be like a chronic situation, and you can not be able to get rid of epilepsy problem. So to overcome this refractory epilepsy, we need to go for the cost effective and the products that should have minimum side effects. For this purpose, we have explored natural products, and we know that Pakistan is rich with the medicinal plants, and there is a need to study the bioactive compounds, but not like that we have just picked one plant and we can use as our home remedy. We should be very careful regarding the dose of the natural products, and we should also be very much careful about the compounds that are present in the natural products. So my interest is to explore the antioxidant potential of the medicinal plants, where I am interested to isolate their neuroprotective effect for the neurodegenerative diseases. The overall aim is basically to evaluate the neuroprotective effect by the modulation of inflammatory cytokines. Modulation means these products they can affect the upregulation or the downregulation of inflammatory cytokines. In my case, I want to get the downregulation of pro-inflammatory cytokines, which I have already shared that I have selected phosphorylated N-kappa B cytokines. So first we will evaluate the bioactive plant extract for free radical sequencing to get idea about their antioxidant potential. In the PTZ-induced model, PTZ is basically inducer pentenyl tetrazole, and then we will go for the expression analysis of the selected inflammatory cytokines that are present in the hippocampus and the cortex region. And then I will go for the comparative analysis of the surviving neurons by attenuated expression of cytokines. These 5 plants, they have been selected, but I have screened and I was specific with 2 Osteologia limbata and the Vidania coagulans because of their antioxidant potential. Here is a scheme of study. What the methodology we have used, different solvent systems, they have been used to isolate the bioactive compounds. Then on one side, I have done the characterization of these compounds to get idea about how many phenols or flavonoids are important secondary metabolites they are present in the plant. FTIR, GCMS, along with other analyses they have been done. And on the other side, I have created epilepsy mice model for the expression analysis. Immunohistochemistry, ELISA, and Western blotting was done. The animal model was divided into 4 main groups after inducing epilepsy using PTZ. This is a scale which was used to calculate the change in the behavior. Already I told you that there must be a change in the behavior or the physical appearance of patients, and same while we want to look inside the mice model. This is very important analysis. We have used different chemicals by using different assays like DBPH assay, ion channeling assay, and nitric oxide sequencing method, just to find out the potential of our compounds, how much they have the capacity to sequence the free radicals. Because we know that in cancer and in neurodegenerative diseases, most of the pathways, they get activated due to the abundance of free radicals. So our main target to check out the potential of these compounds, and you can see that when we compare with our standards ascorbic acid and EDTA, our 2 main plants, Osteologia limbata and Vidania, they have shown us very good sort of antioxidant potential. Same, the graphical representation is here. Total flavonoid and phenolic contents, they have also been calculated, because our primary interest is to go for the isolation of phenolic compounds that have an excellent antioxidant capacity. To further characterize the bioactive compounds, we have done the Fourier infrared transform spectroscopy just to know the functional groups. Like the peaks, they can give you the idea either the hydroxyl group is present, or the primary alcohols, or the aldehydes, or any other important functional groups is present, and these peaks, they have been compared with the non-reference values. Here the GCMS analysis to further characterize the bioactive compounds, and mostly we have found that the phenolic compounds, they are present. So this is the main activity which has been calculated after inducing epilepsy by using the injection of PTZ, and we have selected 3 main doses and that were optimized, 100, 200 and 300 milligram per kg. These doses that are basically coming from the plant extract that are having the bioactive compounds. And you can see that we compared with the normal saline, the inducer group, which was treated with the PTZ, it has shown the significant seizure that's up to the 8.4 level of seizure. However, our test plants, our test products, they have shown significant sort of results at 300 mg. You can see there is a very good sort of reduction in the seizure, in the onset and the duration of the convulsions. And it has also delayed the latency period. Similarly, the second plant product, it also shown very good result at 300 milligram per kg that has been compared with the standard drug diazepam. At this stage, we got the reduction in the seizure up to 2.9 score. That is very excellent one. Here is the hematoxin and the acetylene staining or the immunochemistry results. That tissues of cortex and the hippocampus area, they have been isolated and they have been strained. And you can see the saline group is giving you an idea about the number of neurons. However, in the PTZ inducer tissue, you can see the number of neurons, they have been decreased. But further, you can see our test plant, Osteologia limbata, that has very excellent phenolic compounds. They have increased the number of neurons. and it is comparable with the standard drug like diazepam, that is next one to this plant product. Here we have done the ELISA to check the expression analysis of phosphorylated nuclear kappa factor B in cortex and hippocampus area. We have found that our test compounds, they have shown the down regulation of NF kappa B in the cortex and hippocampus area that has been compared with PTZ and the standard drug. We have also done the Western blotting analysis to check out the expression of particular protein, because these phosphorylated nuclear kappa B, they are basically regulated by the gene, but however, due to their protein nature, we need to perform Western blotting. And you can see there is a very low level or the low intensity of the band, which clearly indicates the low expression of this protein. Again, the inhibitory effect of test compound, they have been tested, and we have found that the NF kappa B, it has been reduced, and we can compare it with the inducer model, and that is very good at the dose of 300 milligram per kg. Similarly, tumor nuclear factor alpha, tumor necrosis factor alpha was also calculated for the second plant, and we have got very good sort of down regulation of NF kappa B. Here I can conclude my results that overall oxidative stress and neuroinflammation is being found in the generation of the epilepsy. However, our test compounds that were very rich with the phenolic contents, they have shown us the antioxidant potential, as it is evident from the DPPH assay, and they have down-regulated and suppressed the inflammatory cytokine, and we have selected NF kappa B, and that was down-regulated in this study. So how the overall effect on the society can get the safe sort of product, because here I didn't mention, but we have also gone through the toxicity dose or the lethal dose, and we have found that these doses at 300 milligram per kg, they were very safe, and they were also very cost effective, like we can prepare through the methanol solvent. So future recommendations, I can just recommend further we can go toward the state-of-the-art technology. I have also started the nano encapsulation of these products to make them more target specific, and we can also go toward the advanced technology like AI. These days we are using different algorithms to identify the molecular targets. This, some of the data is being published in Frontiers in Neurosciences. Thank you very much. Any question, please?
Okay. Dr. Tabassum, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. This is Dr. Saima Mahmood from Dow University of Health Sciences. I just want to know that you have utilized PTZ for your animal model, and it is mentioned here that 50 mg per kg dose was used. What was the route of administration, and for how long you have administered it to complete the model for the epilepsy?
So through injection we have induced PTZ. However, the oral dose was given while mixing with the saline to the animal models. And the dose was selected through the literature, and we have also optimized through our replicate test.
So I just want to know that you have shown the animal work, it was only for the acute results were there, or you have created a model that is for the days long. How many days
we have
utilized to produce that animal model?
We have created like the chronic sort of, and we have created this animal model which took around about 2 years. And then we have repeated our results again and again. And after optimization, we have...
Oh yes, that's clear. That was your exercise. For the
it was a 30 days. It was
because your target is to produce the refractory epilepsy.
Exactly.
So by using this toxin, PTZ, I'm interested to know that using this 50 mg per kg dose, by using which route of administration, for how long you have given it, so that refractoriness have been achieved. So that was my point, and otherwise, very good presentation. And second question, you have utilized methanolic extracts in 100 mg per kg dose, 200 mg per kg dose, and 300 mg per kg dose. And side by side, you were showing us for the oxidative stress and inflammatory results on ELISA. So you have utilized that similar extract, or you have isolated the phenolic compounds specifically that you have utilized for your ELISA studies?
No, we have selected only same dose for all the analysis. These 3 doses actually they have been selected after the antioxidant test. Then we have selected 2 plant extracts, and the same doses they have been applied to the ELISA and for rest of the procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We proceed to the next speaker, who is Dr. Shehzad Irfan, Assistant Professor at Government College, University, Faisalabad. Dr. Shehzad Irfan, please.
Assalamualaikum, my name is Shehzad Irfan. I hope you can all hear me. The title of my presentation is actually the difference between rodents and primates in terms of isolates of Langerhans in the pancreas. And I will not go into the more detail about how important is diabetes and how the incidence of diabetes is happening currently in Pakistan. We are #1 country in the world in terms of type 1 or type 2 diabetes. And much of that research on the diabetes has to be performed on animal models. And we commonly use the animal models, which are mouse or rats. So the question comes that how relevant is that model to the humans in terms of cell biology or molecular biology. So I will continue. Okay, so just a brief introduction. Isolates of Langerhans, these are a specific subsets of cells which are present in the pancreas. All of these cells are endocrine in nature, and they produce very specific hormones like insulin from the beta cells, glucagon from the alpha cells, and somatostatin from the delta cells. So these 3-4 cell types, the endocrine cell types, they group together inside the pancreas, and they function as a group. Okay. And the name isolates of Langerhans was the guy who actually for the very first time discovered these specific areas of these endocrine cell types. Okay. Now, the interesting thing about this isolates of Langerhans is that this whole area, which is endocrine in nature, is very unique because it is not controlled by the pituitary, which is for an endocrine system, this is a very rare thing to happen. And most of our endocrine glands, they are generally regulated by the pancreas, by the pituitary. So in this specific case, there is a hypothalamic pituitary independent endocrine signaling, and it is it is kind of a very unique property which these specific cells have. Now, if we move towards the where does the rodent models stand as compared to the primates or the humans? So if we look at the isolates of Langerhans and the number and the density of each cell type, this cytoarchitecture is extremely different in rodents as we compare it with the primates. So if we look at the rodents or the mouse and rats, the 80% of the cells which are present in the isolates of Langerhans, they are beta cells. And they make the central core of the isolates of Langerhans. If we look at the primate isolates of Langerhans, this distribution of beta cells is not that concentrated. So there are alpha cells, beta cells, delta cells, and they are all mingling together, and none of the cell type actually creates a very concentrated pool of cells. I will move towards the next slide. So this is a simple hematoxylin eosin stained section of a pancreas. The upper panel is from the rat pancreas, the lower panel is from the primate or the monkey pancreas. The first panel is the hematoxylin eosin staining, the second and the third one is the amino-stained sections for insulin and for glucagon. So if you look, I don't have the pointer, but if you look at the insulin stained sections, in the rat sections, the whole area is colored brown of the isolates of Langerhans, but if we look at the monkeys, this coloration is more towards the periphery and less in the center. And if we look at the glucagon positive cells, in the rats, they are present mostly in the periphery, and in the monkeys, they are present all around in the isolates of Langerhans. So if we compare them, so the insulin staining looks similar in the rats with the glucagon staining in the primates. The glucagon staining in the rats looks very similar with the glucagon staining, insulin staining in the monkeys. So the next picture is the same, but it is on a higher resolution. So in this we have the three main hormones tagged in the isolates of Langerhans by the use of immunohistochemistry, and the same story comes up. The insulin positive cells are much higher, they are much larger in number, they make a central core in the rat and mouse, and in the monkeys they are not that much in number, they usually make a peripheral core. Okay. And on the other hand, the major cell type which we found in the primate isolates of Langerhans is actually the glucagon positive cells, which is really interesting because normally we generally assume that the pancreas is the main source of insulin. Insulin is the main protein for the control of glucose. So it would rather be more sensible to assume that the primate isolates of Langerhans will have more beta cells as compared to the alpha cells. But if we look at these figures, this seems to be a very different story. And this situation has a very important clinical and pathological ramification. So this is again a different image, but in which we compare the human, monkey and mouse islets of Langerhans. These are fluorescent tagged cells, and the insulin positive cells are colored in red. The glucagon positive cells are colored in green, and somatostatin positive cells are colored in blue. So if we look at the human and monkey islets of Langerhans, there is a very huge similarity, but this similarity is very much different if we compare them with the mouse. So mouse and rats, they have a very different kind of a architecture if we look at the islets of Langerhans. So this raises the question that how relevant is this model in terms of microscopy? So if we are just talking about the microscopy, how relevant islets of Langerhans in mouse and rats are towards humans? And this is a very important question. So this is apparently the difference between the cytoarchitecture. What is the difference in terms of the physiology or the endocrinology of the functioning of islets of Langerhans? So let's look at that. So what could be the difference in cell signaling and cell biology? And what could be the clinically relevant points which we can take out? Okay. So there is a mechanism known as glucose stimulated insulin secretion. So when the glucose increases in our body, this increase in the glucose level triggers the beta cells to secrete more insulin. This is a normal process. It happens every day, and we keep on living because of that process. This glucose stimulated insulin secretion is much lower in primates as compared to the rats. But if we look at the normal insulin levels without the glucose stimulation, the normal insulin levels without glucose stimulation are much higher in primates as compared to the rats. And these levels are generally known as the basal levels. The next point is that the major site for glucose uptake in the primates is the muscles. The skeletal muscles are the major site for the glucose uptake from the blood. In the rodents, this is not the case. In rodents, in mouse and rats, the major site, the major organ for the glucose uptake is the liver. And this is a very significant difference in terms of how rodents deals with the high level of glucose and how primates deals with the high level of glucose. And this also raises the key point that the use of exercise as a lifestyle is a very important aspect in terms if someone wants to control their glucose levels. The last one is which has to do with more with the cell biology, is that the beta cell proliferation is a very common phenomena in rodents. In mouse and rats, it's very easy for beta cells to multiply through mitosis. In primates, this simple mitotic multiplication is very hard. It is next to impossible. And the same thing happens in during gestation. So in rodents and in rat and mice, the pregnant female mice or rat will have an increase in beta cell numbers during the pregnancy because of the high demands of insulin. Primates, on the other hand, they do not see that that specific increase in the number of beta cells during the gestation. So this is the basis for the gestational diabetes, which is also a kind of a huge problem these days. So these are the. There are so many other differences. I just to keep my presentation down to 10 minutes because that was the time we got. So I will not going to mention a lot of other differences. For example, at the level of molecular biology, the rodents, the mouse and rats, they have two genes for insulin, insulin 1 and insulin 2. In primates, we only have one gene for insulin, that is insulin 1, that's it. So, and things like this, there are so many other differences, like with the receptors, their types, and glucose receptors, and how cells metabolize glucose. So now, why this is important? Why this whole differences thing? What is the difference between why we have to judge them, why we have to judge rodents and primates, why we have to compare them, what is the reason? There is a gold standard in biological sciences that we make type 1 and type 2 diabetic models. We use rat and mouse, and we give them Alaxon or streptozotocin, and we make type 1 diabetic mice or rat model, or we make type 2 diabetic rat or mice model. And we use different types of herbs, plant extracts, and we look at their beneficial effect on these models. And we generate a huge amount of data every year. But when we look at the possibility that how relevant that data is towards humans, there is a very big question mark, because people who are involved in rodent studies, they are not interested in this benefit to the humans, and the people who are involved in the clinical trials, they are not interested in that lab generated data. And this creates a very big problem for clinical trials success. So we see a lot of biomolecules, biochemicals, new molecular entities, which were proposed to be a very good treatment for the diabetes, but when we test them in humans, they fail. The graph is actually, this lower graph is about the number of applications for the new drug licenses, and the last two bars are the actual number of applications which get successful consideration. So thank you very much.
House is open for question answer.
I don't think so. There is any question. I hope there is no question.
Yeah,
there is no question.
This was very interesting and very informative presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shehzad. It was so crystal clear, and it was so interesting to know these minute things. So it's just a comment, or I just want to have an insight more from you. That means the question of using the rodent models for endocrinology, it's a big question. Am I right in understanding so?
I will put it like this. For example, if we take the example of diabetes, diabetes as a disease does not happen, it does not occur in animals. Diabetes is a very specific human disease. Okay. Diabetes does not happen in animals. If we induce diabetes in an animal and we treat that diabetes, that is good for that animal.
Okay.
So if
that is
we
why-
find a treatment for rat diabetes, it is very good for the rats.
Okay.
But this is not our ultimate purpose.
That's why still there is a question mark of
Yes.
the pharmacotherapy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next presenter
Thank you.
is Dr. Saika Tabassum. She is assistant professor at Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Institute of Science and Technology, Karachi. Her presentation topic is effectiveness of buspirone in ameliorating nicotine-induced addiction and related neurological deficits. So I welcome Dr. Saika Tabassum. Please come on the stage. I think she is not here. Move on the next one. Call the next one. Next is Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Asif. He is Associate Professor at Islamic University of Bahawalpur. His presentation title is Evaluation of Anti-Cancer, Antioxidant and Anti-Diabetic Activity of Silver Nanoparticles using leaf extract of Grevia aesthetica. Next, Dr. Fakhishihana Anjam. She is Associate Professor from Dow University of Health Sciences, Karachi. Her presentation topic is use of ganciclovir in bone marrow transplantation cases.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and very good morning. I'm Dr. Fakhishihana Anjam, serving Dow University of Health Sciences since more than a decade, and currently serving as in charge of Pharmacy Practice Department, Director of Postgraduate Programs, and Director of Clinical Trials Unit. So the topic of my presentation is use of ganciclovir in bone marrow transplantation cases. It's not working.
Please use laptop button.
Let me see if I can do this. Okay. Coming towards the introduction and the background first. CMV infection or the cytomegalovirus infection is a common complication of immunosuppression which is seen in the cases with AIDS in those persons who receive steroids and in the recipients of transplantation. Ganciclovir is the first-line treatment for any CMV infection or disease, but it also has cytotoxic potentials and does require monitoring as per the standard treatment guidelines. The adverse effects include hematologic adverse effects, primarily neutropenia, anemia, and thrombocytopenia, along with some common ones like vomiting and nausea. And on the long-term basis, reproductive toxicity might also be seen. Medication use evaluation should be planned for such drugs that require monitoring or special handling. And the pharmacist, as part of multidisciplinary team, can play a role in such programs, thereby improving the patient outcomes and cost minimization. The study objectives, as far as the objective is concerned, it was to evaluate the use of ganciclovir as per the standard treatment guidelines in the management of CMV infection or disease in the hematology-oncology patients. The methodology, data of 24 months was collected both retrospectively and prospectively by a senior clinical pharmacist, and the record of 72 patients was checked out of which 42 were selected. Standard treatment guidelines were adapted from Lexicon drug monograph to evaluate the use of ganciclovir in such cases, and the handling of ganciclovir by pharmacists and nurses were evaluated as per the ganciclovir package insert, USP 800, and the national guidelines that are provided by the NIOSH USA. The collected data were then categorized and analyzed by using the SPSS 16 version. Results. As I've mentioned that 42 cases were selected who were receiving ganciclovir, among which 31 were males and 11 were females. They were assessed along with their baseline hematological findings. Let me show you first. These are the baseline hematological findings with their median results, and the reference ranges are also mentioned. As per these, the cases were selected. Drug interactions were noted with the mycophenolate mofetil, which is used to prevent the rejection of the transplants of kidney or heart or liver. And also the interactions were noted with imipenem cilastatin, which was in only one case out of 42 cases. Febrile neutropenia was developed in about 8 patients, so in that the ganciclovir administration was stopped. And it was noted that neither the pharmacists nor the nurses were actually aware about the ganciclovir handling as per the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health guidelines and USP 800, because according to these guidelines, ganciclovir is considered as a hazardous drug, and it should be used with very much care, should be administered by using the PPEs, handled very carefully. Double gloving is should be worn, and protective gowning is required for them. Besides that, before administration, the assembling of the drug should be done in the vertical hood, and during preparation, during handling, and during the administration, the guidelines were actually not one of the one or more of the steps were omitted by these nurses or pharmacists for this drug. So the conclusion is that ganciclovir utilization in hematology-oncology patients can be improved by following the standard treatment guidelines, and in order to accomplish better patient care, the healthcare team can develop and implement the programs, processes to ensure the safe handling of drugs for use that can result in better patient safety. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is ganciclovir local or native name?
It's cytowine. If you say that another name is cytowine.
Right. Is it freely available in the market?
No, it's quite an expensive drug, not much, very much freely available.
Right.
And it's used systemically through the IV route, through the central line specifically, and has to be handled very carefully because you have to clean the lines before the use and after the use through normal saline first. Even these standard treatment guidelines are not followed by the nurses. Sometimes they do watch and sometimes they don't. And one of the observations was that the nurses, they also use peripheral lines for the administration of the drug. But the most suitable line is the central line.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Dr. Naveed Sadiq. He is Associate Professor from Khyber Medical University, Peshawar. His presentation title is managerial need assessment of the primary health care managers belonging to the war-affected tribal areas of Pakistan. Over to Dr. Naveed.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi Shrah li sadri. Sorry. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Naveed Sadiq, and the topic of my presentation for today's session is managerial needs assessment of the primary healthcare managers belonging to the war-affected tribal areas of Pakistan. So, okay, the digital pointer is here right now. So, I will take you through the introduction, rationale, methods, results and section, results and conclusion. And first of all, the introduction, why I wanted to do this research on the primary healthcare workers belonging to the war-affected tribal areas of the KP province. First of all, primary healthcare is the backbone of any healthcare system. In 1978 Almaty Conference, they declared primary healthcare as a basic component of any healthcare system. And since then, Pakistan has been establishing a lot of the primary healthcare clinics or primary healthcare centers across the country, including KP as well as the erstwhile FATA, which is now called the merged areas. And because of this reason, Pakistan has got a large network of the primary healthcare network across the country. So basically talking about the tribal districts, I will be calling these the erstwhile FATA or the what you call it as the newly merged districts as the tribal districts. So it consists of basically 7 main districts and 6 sub-districts, as you can see over here. And more specifically in this map over here, the South Waziristan, the North Waziristan, Kuram Agency, Khyber Agency, Orakzai Agency, Muhammad Agency and Bajor Agency. And with these agencies, at that time they were called these agencies, now they are called the districts, are affiliated the 6 sub-districts known as the FR, the frontier regions, which are now merged with the associated KP districts over here. For example, the FR Tank or FR Dia Khan is now merged into the Dia Khan district. And as you can see, these merged districts are border the Afghanistan, and so there's a lot of activities are going on in these merged areas or the war-affected tribal districts over here. And because of this reason, there is a lot of in and out of migration of the people belonging to these districts into Pakistan, into Afghanistan, and vice versa, and so on and so on. So why are we talking about these merged districts? Because they have a lot of poverty over there. If you look at the multi-poverty index, that was this was a survey conducted by the World Bank, probably in 2015 or something like that. And if you look at the blue line is FATA. They were calling it FATA at that time. This is before, because the survey was conducted before 2018, before the merger with the KP province. So if you see, it's second after Balochistan. This has got a lot of the poverty over here. If you look at the head count in poverty, the FATA tops all of the areas in Pakistan, and the average intensity of deprivation is not that much, but still if you look at the multi-poverty index, it is second after Balochistan. And if you look at the health statistics, FATA has, or the tribal areas have got the worst health statistics around the country. So I have compared it with the FATA with the KP province in red and Pakistan in green. So you can see the maternal mortality rate is very high in FATA, in tribal districts. The infant mortality is very high. The under 5 mortality is also very high over there. The fertility rate is the highest. The immunization rate is the lowest. The antenatal care visits, which are very much important to prevent the maternal mortality, are the lowest in FATA region or the tribal region. The postnatal care is a bit better than the KP province, but again, they're not as good as the whole Pakistan. The skilled birth attendance is the lowest over here. So what's the purpose of the primary healthcare facilities? The main purpose is to provide the preventive services, because that's the purpose of any healthcare system, to prevent any sort of illnesses. And if you look at the proportion of the preventive services, which are here in red color, at the primary healthcare level or the secondary healthcare level, you can see these, the preventive services are the lowest as compared to the curative services. So most focus is on the curative services, while the Alma-Ata conference was mainly for the primary health care, and the purpose was to prevent diseases and less on the curative side. So if you look again at the proportion of, this is all of these FATA districts or tribal districts. So the blue line indicates the proportion of the primary healthcare facility, and the red indicates the secondary healthcare facility. And you can see there are so many of the primary healthcare facilities in the tribal districts. But in spite of these, they have the lowest health indicators in the whole country. If you look at FATA over here in this box, again, they've got 96%, in FATA has got 96% of the primary healthcare facilities and almost 4% of the secondary healthcare facilities. The red boxes that you see on the left are those districts that are war affected, primarily South Waziristan, North Waziristan, Orakzai district, and the Kuram district over here, as well as the Khyber district. So what was the rationale? Because war on terror started after 9/11, and it was mostly focused on the tribal districts, and these were the districts that were mostly affected. And there had been a lot of things going on, so the aim of this research was to assess the managerial needs, training needs, and identify the specific area of training needs of the primary healthcare managers in the war-affected tribal areas, and to find out if there is any association between the socio-demographic factors of the health managers with the managerial training domains. So the methods that we used were primarily the cross-section study. It was a cross-section study, and all of the participants here were the primary healthcare managers. And since we could not access the tribal districts, the war-affected tribal districts over there in KP because of the security reasons, so there was an opportunity that I saw over there. There were some of the primary care managers belonging to those war-affected areas, and they were coming to our university to attend some workshops. So I seized that opportunity, and I conducted the research among those primary care managers while they were attending a workshop at our university. So it was because these were literate people, so it was a self-administered questionnaire, and the questionnaire was actually designed by the World Health Organization. The reference is at the very bottom over here. And of course, because these were categorical variables, so we obtained percentages, and for associations, we used the Fisher exact statistics. SPSS version 25 was used for these data analyses. What we found, so about 9% of the primary care managers depicted that they don't need any sort of managerial trainings, while 39% of the participants indicated that they need full type of managerial trainings, and 52% of the participants showed that they don't need full type of training, managerial training. They need training in specific managerial components of the primary health care. So these are the components of the subdomains of the managerial training needs: planning, organization, direction, supervision, resource and monitoring, and evaluation. And you can see there were 0 over here. I mean, this questionnaire was not as simple as the results are seen over here. So the questionnaire was a bit tricky in terms of there were no direct questions asked about planning. So you can go and look into the questionnaire of the World Health Organization. Anyway, so there was no need, none of the participants showed that they need any training in planning. And if I look at it, it makes perfect sense, because we are all very good at planning. We have got a lot of the PC1, the project, what is called, the PC1s, and then we have the organization domain, and some participants showed that they, 1.5% of the participants showed that they need training in organization domain, and 10% of the participants in direction, but most of the training was needed in resource and monitoring. And this is what we see usually over here, because Pakistan is low and middle income country, and we need to control our resources because we use a lot of resources and our efficiency is very low because we have very little output. And evaluation again is almost nil in our sector. And so these results made complete sense to me at the very least. So these are the demographics of the participants. Majority of the participants were males. They belong to 40 to 47 years of age group. And number of years of service was almost, majority of the participants were died in 5 to 12 years of service. And while they were the health facility in charge, majority of the participants were very fresh in charge of the primary healthcare facilities. Again, these are more results over here, but this is something very important because when we look at the association through the Fisher exact test, we found out the number of years in service was associated with the managerial training needs, as well as the year of, as well as their ages and the gender as well, because most of the males depicted that they need more training as compared to any other gender. Again, the types of the primary healthcare physicians, primary healthcare managers. Because for some facilities, the primary healthcare managers were the medical officer. For some of the facilities, it was the dispensers, and for some other facilities, these were the medical or the pharmacy technicians. So this showed a very significant association. Again, these are some of the districts. If you look at the PHUs and RSCs and dispensaries, as well as the community health centers, we see there's a lot of disparities that are going on between the districts in the year of education as well as these areas. So all of these health facilities, I mean, there was a dire need of the primary managerial training, primary health managerial training for these primary healthcare managers. So what's the conclusion? The conclusion is very simple. There's no training system actually in KP for now. And there's no in-service refresher trainings as well going on in the province. So even though none of the participants indicated that they need training in the planning sector, but they do need a training in other domains of the primary managerial domains, for example, the organization, supervision, direction, resource monitoring, and evaluation. And then there's a need to devise a strategy in the province, in the healthcare department over there in the KP, to establish a centralized health training system so that all of the primary care managers as well as the secondary care managers, though the research was not for the secondary care manager, but there's a need to establish the training system over there so that the people are regularly trained for regularly trained on the different primary care domains while they are in service. And thank you so much. Any questions? Please, ma'am.
You mentioned that training is required by majority. So how do you relate it to the outcomes in the healthcare? How would you relate it to the outcomes in terms of percentage? How much good is it, or how much average is it without training, like in the current scenario? The health outcomes.
Okay, the health outcomes. So when we look at the health outcomes are very poor, and this is one of the reasons because most of the medical graduates or graduates in the allied health sciences, when they come into service, they don't receive training at all. And this is one of the reasons that there is a need for the in-service, because all the trainings that they receive are in the what you call it, the pre-service training, while they're in the medical schools or the pharmacy schools or the paramedical schools. But none of them receive training in the during their service time. And there's no refresh, because every human being requires training. So, and the scenarios are changing, and they need to work on this aspect while people are in service, because they have to link it to the performance actually. So when we look at the statistics, like when you mentioned over here, the health indicators are very poor. So this indicates that they need to receive trainings to implement the evidence-based or the modern methods to control or to make these statistics better.
Who would be the trainers then?
The trainers should be identified. Actually, I'm currently working on the training health system of the KP as well with the Department of Health. So we are trying to identify the trainers. Trainers from anywhere, like they should be master trainers, and master trainers should be training from any part of the country. They should be training the people here in our province. They should create more the trainers over there, and the trainers should and we are trying to devise a system over there in which they should, every person should receive training on a regular interval.
Last question.
Sure.
Who are the dispensers? What's their qualification?
Okay, dispensers qualification was mostly non-medical college education. For example, they were just BSc. And this is the dilemma here in the FATA region or the erstwhile FATA or the merged areas. People do not have formal medical education over there. And this is why we wanted to conduct a research in order to highlight all these things, all the problems over there. Because the FATA was administered by the at the federal level, and there's a lot of political things that were going on. For example, there are a lot of what you call them, the health facilities in North Waziristan, almost 323 health facilities. If I compare Peshawar district has a population of 4.5 million almost, as per 2017 census. FATA has a population of 5.5 million. But when you look at the facilities, Peshawar has got 60 primary healthcare facilities. FATA has got more than 1,000 primary healthcare facilities over there. In spite of having all these health facilities, because the people are not relevant, even if they are relevant, they don't have the training. And then there's a lot of other things that are going on.
I'm curious to know about, you don't have any pharmacy schools over there to replace the dispensers?
Because they are civil servants, so it's very hard to kick them out of the service for now, for those who are getting retired. And this was because I also worked on the FATA health reforms for the government of Pakistan. I was the author of those reforms, so we proposed that we should build some of the pharmacy schools or the paramedic schools and the medical schools in the FATA region, erstwhile FATA region, in order to promote the uptake of those medical services, because when the people are coming from their own areas, it will be more probable that the people will be uptaking their services compared to the people who are coming from the outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Naveed. Next is Dr. Najia Rahim. She is Associate Professor from Dow University of Health Sciences, Karachi. Her presentation topic is Assessment of Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder among Flood 2022 Survivors of Sindh, Pakistan.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Dr. Najia Rahim from Dow University of Health Sciences. Topic of my today's presentation is Assessment of Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder among Flood 2022 Survivors of Sindh, Pakistan. The layout of my presentation, I just briefly discuss the objectives, then some detail about the methodology, then results and conclusions. At the end, you find the references regarding the scale which I use and the data which I incorporated in my presentation. What is the objective? As you all know, first explain the post-traumatic stress disorder is a disorder which is a real disorder which is associated with the mental health of the patients, usually who suffer from any accident, trauma, any emergency, any situation. After that, they develop this stress disorder. And for this stress disorder is the mental well-being, associated with the mental well-being. Usually, we discuss the flood and its effects regarding the physical well-being of the individual or survivors, like they are getting the diarrhea, infection, skin disorders, maternal health, antenatal health. Mostly we ignore the aspect of mental well-being. So some studies have been conducted in different regions, but I focus on the Sindh region, and for that we use the scale PCL-5 of which is available on the USA.gov, National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Center in USA. First, we adopt this and we do the extra cross-cultural adaptation. We translate in the Sindhi version, and then we adopt this Sindhi version in the survivors of flood 2022. This is the main objective, to identify whether there is the presentation of PTSD in these flood survivors or not. For methodology, first this is the cross-sectional study which is conducted in the usually in the these Jamshoro and Hyderabad regions. These are the peoples who suffer from flood 2022. We focus on them from Sindh, and because their native language is Sindhi, we adopt this PCL-5 scale, which consists of 24 questions. 20 questions are regarding the severity and intensity of this disorder, and 4 about the frequency, whether they experience these symptoms in once a week, 4 times a week, 6 times a week, or once a week. This questionnaire was adopted and translated in the Sindhi version with my co-authors. I forgot to mention my co-authors, Dr. Raila, Dr. Sadia, Dr. Shagufta, Dr. Sadaf Hua from the Liaquat University of Medical and Health Sciences, Jamshoro. They translate in the Sindhi version, and then we, whenever we use a questionnaire and then translate in another language, we have to do the validation. For this, we use Cron-Bash Alpha technique using SPSS 27 version. Simple demographic was expressed in the descriptive analysis, and for inferential we use the binary logistic regression, t-test, or ANOVA depending upon the categories. These are the results. As I have mentioned, whenever we use a questionnaire and translate in any language, any other language, we have to revalidate. For validation, we use Cron-Bash Alpha method. The acceptable limit is 0.7, and we found 0.714 in my questionnaire, which is translated in the Sindhi version. Okay? This is the internal reliability store. Then this translated version of PCL-5 is adopted to determine whether the survivors of flood 2022 in Sindh suffer from this PTSD or not. For that we we use convenient sampling techniques. Usually the survivors living in these affected areas of Jamshoro and Hyderabad. The sample size we calculated is 377, but we distributed 500 questionnaires, and the response rate was 79.5%, which is 427. Among that, we find that 71% of the flood survivors have minor symptoms of this PTSD. Because this scores in Likert scale 0 to 4, and the 30 total score is the cutoff value, the reference mentioned in the end of this presentation. About the frequency, 71% of the respondents responded that they bother these symptoms of PTSD once or twice a week, more than twice a week. The average total score is the score ranges from 0 to 80 maximum, and the score in the current population is between 19 to 57. So you can say a good number of the flood survivors who are healthy looking, they are healthy, but they are suffering from the PTSD, which is above the 30 cutoff value. And among these patients or the healthy looking individuals, 82% are those which are moderately affected by this disease. This is the identified in this presentation. These are the sub-scales. This is a part of the validation of the questionnaire. We have different sub-scales, and I have mentioned the Cronbach-Alpha of all the sub-scales, but collectively the questionnaire have the Cronbach-Alpha value of 0.714, which is above the acceptable value. These are some results of the statistical analysis. The demographic like gender, age, and family. Family means they are living in the joint family system or independent family system, because it contributes a lot. We get the support from, if we get the support from the family, we can survive these stress conditions. And the results, p-value, significant p-value 0.05 equal and above is considered as non-significant. These are the only significant results we found. What is the conclusion? Conclusion of this whole research: first, this PCL-5 scale is available in English language. So when we consider a local population, we have to translate in the local language so they can understand the question and answer in their own language. So first we translate this PCL-5 scale, post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, and then this Sindhi version is redated. For validation, I have mentioned that the scale was, in Sindhi version, was giving the reliable score with the good internal reliability. Secondly, we conclude that the individuals which are flood survivors they are healthy looking, they are doing their daily routine, but when we survey them and when we do this study, we find that a good majority, it means around 70% means more than half will suffer from this disease. Although this is minor, but they are, so we can say that after any trauma like flood, we should consider the mental well-being of the survivors. And these flood survivors should receive rehabilitation, psychological support, because usually we support we give monetary support, we give medical facilities, and we ignore the psychological effects of the flood or any trauma. This is only in the region of the Jamshoro and Hyderabad, so we recommend that we should consider and give the survey from the whole population, so we can generalize the results to the whole country of Pakistan. And we should, and my recommendation is that we should give the educational trainings and programs during these any calamities, any these type of disaster, maybe war, maybe flood, maybe any other, these educational programs support and they avoid the intensity of these type of mental disorders like PTSD. These are the references. Some studies were conducted in different regions, in Punjab region or in KPK region, but from Sindh after flood 2022, this is the first presentation. Thank you for your attention. Any question, answers?
Thank you, Dr. Najia. That was very interesting talk. Any questions? So now we may proceed with the next presenter, Dr. Yusuf Iqbal. He is Associate Professor from University of Poonch, Rawalakot, Pakistan. His presentation title is Utilization of Magnetic Nanoparticles. His presentation title is Utilization of Magnetic Nanoparticles for Magnetic Hyperthermia.
this working?
Is this working?
इधर से यूज करना है ये चीज ये पेज अप एंड पेज डाउन से
Okay, no, just the pointer I need to. I need a point.
ये कर्सर में यूज दिस कर्सर
This cursor is working over there. Okay, no problem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You must be wondering why a physics person is coming. So, okay, so let me talk interesting, and I will just focus on magnetic hypothermia. Well, this is a cancer treatment. Normally, in this therapy, the cancer cells are treated by heat. So the cancer cells are either pH sensitive or heat sensitive. So if the vicinity of the cancer cells or the cancer cells themselves heated up to from 42 to 47 degrees Celsius, so they could there is a cell death of that cancer cells by apoptosis or necrosis. So we will be using magnetic nanoparticles for that, because magnetic nanoparticles, magnets have a very special property. If they are placed inside an alternating magnetic field, so they can switch the magnetic moment according to the field direction, and in that process, the magnetization and demagnetization, they produce heat, they dissipate energy in the form of heat. So we are utilizing that heat to cure the cancer cells. So let me proceed. So what we will discuss today is that introduction to magnets. Like we are dealing with magnets, so magnets, but rather a simple definitions and a simple understanding, because I will not go into the details of the quantum phenomena, the quantum inside of that magnetism. Rather, I will just do explain it pictorially, so that non-physics person can understand that. Okay, so this is the discussion for today's. So introduction to magnetism, magnetic nanoparticles, then we have a special property of that magnet, superparamagnetism, and that magnetic hypothermia. Then how this magnetic hypothermia works, and then my motivation, my results, and at the end I'll put my conclusion. Okay. So magnetism. Magnetism is a very interesting. People are knowing it from the ancient times. They are using it for navigation purposes, and you have a Google Maps and Google, all the softwares you are having. And then in medical industries, we used it for sensing also, and for heating, what I discussed, magnetic hyperthermia. So these are they are in use in that. So what are nanomagnets? So if some of you are from the physical chemistry, you better know it, that this is not a realistic task, but this is an ideally we think of that. So if we have a magnetic nanoparticle, and if they are in the bloodstream, so the blood has its own clearance mechanism, opsonization, you heard of it. So anything that odd comes into the blood, white blood cells can clear it. So we need some kind of coating for that. So we coat that with some biocompatible polymers. So in order to to have a long journey in the blood. And the other purpose of coating is that these are magnets, so they can agglomerate. So you cannot administer it into the blood. So in order to prevent that from agglomeration, so we need to coat that with some biocompatible polymer. And this is not a simple task to do, right? Maybe biochemists should know it. And in order to deliver that into the target site, so you need antibodies for that. So you need to connect antibodies to that also. And if you want to deliver a drug, so maybe you can attach a drug to it also. As you can see from the slide, we have a board and we coat that with biocompatible polymer. These are some targeting agents and these are some drugs which is attached to that one. And then we just administer it intravenously, and then this nano object can circulate into the blood. And we can use it for diagnostic purposes such as MRI. In MRI contrast agents we are using it. And therapy, magnetic hyperthermia and drug release, we do that. So targeting to therapy and diagnostic purposes, we are using that magnetic nanoparticles. So why they are so appealing for the biological and medical applications? Because you can easily manipulate those with in alternating magnetic fields, right? And some of the MRI images are there. So before the injection of the contrast media, you have this one. So you can either T1 relaxation or T2 relaxation, T1 contrast and T2 contrast. So if they interact with the external magnetic field, then they can generate heat, and if the required heat is between 42 to 47 degrees Celsius, then you can cure the cancer, or you can cook the cancer, rather, I would say. So what basically super paramagnetism is, this is just pure physics, but let me understand you in a very simple way, that normally in our life we mostly deal with two types, either magnetic or non-magnetic. There is no third type. So the magnetic we are dealing, that's come into the ferromagnetic materials domain, right? So this is the hysteresis loop, and on the H you have this HC. This is the corrosivity of that one. So if that corrosivity is just like this loop is basically when this loop forms, this is from magnetization to demagnetization, and in this process it dissipates heat. So and you have then diamagnetic behavior, paramagnetic, and then come to the super paramagnetic behavior. This is what we are interested in, because in super paramagnetic we can have the width of this HC is negligible. So we can manipulate the magnetic moment with the alternating magnetic field. We would be capable of doing that then if we have super paramagnetism. Ferromagnetic materials are also in use in that one. So, and this super paramagnetism is just a purely size effect. If we decrease the ferromagnetic material to a single domain nanoparticle, a single domain, and with that single domain, if there is a critical size of that single domain, if that comes, then the materials, then that and we have super paramagnetism then. So why this slide explains this, we have a large, so the particle size, when we reduce the particle size, then the corrosivity decreases, and at the DSP about 2 to, that's a typical one, that's from the literature. So this, some materials have their own superparamagnetic size, diameter. So this is how the corrosivity goes, vanishes, and the material converts from ferromagnetic to superparamagnetic. Okay, so this is what actually the pictorial presentation, that the energy from one spin, that you are one spin and you are just converting it, you are switching the frequency, the direction of the applied field to the next direction, so that magnetic moment would switch to that one. But in ferromagnetic material, this switching is, the material has its own property that's called magnetic anisotropy. If that anisotropy is very large, so the material cannot switch to the other direction. And that anisotropy, we can reduce it with the help of the size. So on the upper side, where you have this thing, so I'm not having the pointer, but this side, you can have this energy from this pin to this pin. You have a large barrier. Is I'm audible? Okay. This energy is very large, so the flipping of one spin in one direction to the other direction is not possible. So you have to do a lot of energy and a lot of thank you. So a lot of is that working? Okay. So a lot of energy is required. So that comes if we reduce the size. So if the energy is up to the thermal energy, where you have just like the thermal energy like 28 or 30 degrees Celsius, then that energy is sufficient to have it in any direction. So that any direction, that random direction, that degeneracy is superparamagnetism. So the material can have every possible spin. So if you apply an external magnetic field in one direction, so the magnetic moment quickly responds, because it has degeneracy, right? So and if you regulate that magnetic field, so the magnetic moment can easily respond. So that's why the material have zero corrosivity, only straight lines are there. So this is spin fluctuation. If you have this energy, and then the magnetic, you can easily fluctuate with this. So that's why they are very appealing in biomedical applications, and they are using it. A typical energy barrier can be denoted by the anisotropy energy and the volume. So the volume is very important. If you decrease the volume, and then you can play with the corrosivity. So this is the mean correlation time, which was proposed by Neal. So the Neal relaxation time is this. So how this magnetic hypothermia works then comes to that one. So it uses use of elevated body temperature, right, to kill the cancer cells. So they are administered intravenously, and then by some targeting mechanism, they are targeted to the cancer cells. And those cancer cells has their own property, which we call the EPR, enhanced permittivity and retention. That's the property they are having. So anything that comes to them, they grab it, and so that's why they magnify themselves. So as a result, they have a leaky walls. right? So they can, so once the magnetic nanoparticles, they are in the bloodstream, they can go to there, and through those leaky walls, they can go to the cancer cells, and due to that property, they are trapped. EPR, due to EPR, they are trapped, right? So, and if you just place that body inside an alternating magnetic field, so due to magnetization and demagnetization, the spin fluctuates, and then you can have heating mechanism. I will discuss those heating mechanism in the later. But if that required heat is between 42 to 47 degrees Celsius, so you can do your work. So, and normally what we are doing, we are interested in that one. We can fix the temperature, the Curie temperature of that magnetic nanoparticle. You know what the Curie temperature is? Okay. That temperature is, the material loses its magnetic properties. If you heat the magnet, so the magnet will lose its magnetic properties. So that temperature where that magnets fully lose its magnetic property, then that temperature is Curie temperature. If that temperature is between 42 to 47 degrees Celsius, so that would be used as a self-regulating heat switch, or self-controlled hyperthermia. We can use it for that. Because when you place that inside a magnetic field, it will generate heat. If the heat goes from 42 to 47 degrees Celsius, so it loses magnetic property, so it will not generate any heat more. So the heat will stop over there. So your curve would be saturated. Okay. So let me. So this is our. So this is what we are having. The magnetic moment, this magnetic relaxation, that's how heat is generated. So this is also either the whole body is moving. So this is our heating unit. This is the RF coil. The sample is here, and we have an infrared sensor over there. So, and we have a computer, and the graph goes with time and temperature. So the graph goes and it saturates to 42 degrees Celsius for 47 degrees Celsius. So, well, this is a simple layout. From the synthesis, you can have just coating. You can have this in vitro assessment. So, and if that comes to the clinical trials, so after several trials, then we go to the medical industries. Okay, this is a simple layout. The magnetic nanoparticles are in the bloodstream, and this is the target, solid tumor. So this is either concentrated with some external field, or some other mechanism, which I explained previously, that you have a body and antibody for that, and then it recognizes the body, and then it goes to. So the motivation behind that cancer is a challenging problem. Therapies behind, like chemo or radiotherapy, of course they have a size effect, and in worst cases death. That's the simple one. Rest is so the new approach, magnetic hyperthermia, using these magnetic nanoparticles, and what we are having problems with biocompatibility issues. So coating and all those stuffs are very important, right? So the best candidate are that the material with tunable magnetic properties, and these are some of our results. So these are magnetic nanoparticles coated with silica. So these are the magnetic cores, and these are the silica shells, and the average particle diameter was 17 nanometer. And this is the XRD, which confirms that the material is indeed ferrites. And this is the magnetization measurement. You can see a very small corrosive field. So we neglect that. We, of course, treat that as superparameter. And these are some of some of the hyperthermia results, these temperature and heating time. These are in the lab, not with the animal experiments. These are just in the lab. We see, okay, the temperature goes to that 42 or to 47 degrees Celsius or not. So we just keep that in the alternating magnetic field, and we have and that field intensity was 5.5 kiloamperes per meters, and the frequency is 260 hertz. Right, and with that you can magnify the frequency and the field also. So that's how it works. And with this setup, only I'm having a saturation which meets the requirement of hyperthermia. That was the 2.6 mg per ml sample at this frequency. So it doesn't mean that above you are not using it and below this 42 you are not using it. You will be able to use it if you increase the frequency or the field also, because somehow this is not the Curie temperature of that one. So what the purpose is that this is not the Curie temperature, but still the temperature saturates. But this is because the amount of heat generated and heat lost to the environment, they are the same. So you have a saturation. Maybe it is inside the cell. Maybe this is different. Maybe these curves are different. You have different frequencies and different stuff, different magnetic field intensity and frequency you will be using it. And at the end, I'll conclude that the particle size should be at between 5 to 100 nanometer, and you have a transition temperature between 42 to 47. Sorry, here 60 degrees, but this is 47 degrees Celsius. You have a suspension with no agglomeration. So you need to coat them with biocompatible polymer. And high specific absorption rate by coating with polymers and selective heating and targeting. Maybe it depends on the... So at the end, I'll conclude if you have any questions.
Okay, can you ask a question? Could there be any side effects of magnetic hyperthermia therapy?
There is a field limit and frequency limit. So beyond that, the gigahertz come, and so this is not feasible to the human. Maybe at that frequency, the normal cells are getting to be destroyed. So that's actually the issue. The selection of field and selection of frequency is very important.
Thank you. Is that model applicable to all sorts of cancers?
No. Blood cancers के लिए तो आप नहीं कर सकते. Only malignant and.
Okay, thank you very much for the detailed discussion. I just want to know that you have mentioned it, the temperature 40 to 47. So for how long it should be there to release this magnetic effect and to target that cancer? That's my question. And as you have already answered that regarding this, it's in vitro or in vivo, or maybe or in humans, it
yes.
would be different. Yes.
So
in your experiments, what time period? In what time period?
That was for just like 15 minutes with that alternating magnetic field.
Okay, within 15 minutes.
So the field, I answered maybe previously that the field and the frequency is very important. If so far they are in the safe limit, so you can have the patient inside the electromagnetic field for just like 20 minutes or something like. Maybe the literature, inside the literature, no like in vivo assessments are there, but not so means
so what are your suggestions regarding the field and frequency specifications?
Yes, with that field and frequency, these are very minimal, right? So normally people are using it about 70 kiloampere per meter, right? But it's a new field, so people are just searching it for the optimization, right? So
do you relate this with the intake of warm water by the Chinese and Japanese? They take it early in the morning to stay healthy.
This I would answer in a different way, that in this treatment you just specifically heat the local area where the cancer is. So maybe the warm water is very beneficial for your throat and everything, but maybe it cannot warm and increase the cancer cell's temperature to 42 to 47 degrees Celsius. It's a targeted. Thanks for the question.
Dr. Yusuf, I have one question. What would be the chemical nature of the nanoparticle? What you can suggest, either metallic, non-metallic, or any polymeric?
Normally we used, in this study, we synthesized cobalt ferrite nanoparticles. Cobalt ferrite. Cobalt is metallic, iron is metallic oxides, and so normally just why so many research on this one? Because they are already used in MRI contrasts and all the.
So whether they have the good surface area or the porosity volume that can assist, that's why you have selected cobalt?
Ma'am, actually the best thing is that these are magnetic, right? So magnet, so the D block, if you see the periodic table, the magnetism comes in the D block and the rare earth group, right? So normally all the others some have toxicity issues or some other stuff. So these are actually why these are in a contrast media, in MRI or something, because they are not at the nanoscale, they are non-toxic.
Non-toxic.
Are almost limited toxicity.
So you have mentioned intravenous administration. So what would be the plasma half-life? Like, we are interested in the regulated release of the nanoparticles. So in this condition, how the energy transition, or it could be helpful
this is actually beyond my own, but let me, this is a very good suggestion.
But from the energy transition, you can get an idea about the
exactly
control. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
So we have to be strict with time. I think it's 1:30.
You can discuss it during the lunch time, because we are running short of time.
Okay, next we have Dr. Saima Mahmood. She is Associate Professor from Dow University of Health Sciences. And her presentation topic is neuropharmacological effect of Moringa oleifera seeds in a mouse model of Parkinsonism.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Am I audible? Hello? Okay, thank you very much for the nice introduction and very nice audience. Today, the topic of my discussion or presentation is neuropharmacological effects of Moringa oleifera seeds in mouse model of Parkinsonism. By looking at the title, there are three major domains that comes in our mind. That is, what is Parkinsonism, what is the plant, why we are using it, and What are the neuropharmacological effects we are looking for? What's that? Okay. My presentation would be covering all these aspects. So the first question, what is Parkinsonism? It is the second most common neurodegenerative disorder after Alzheimer's disease, affecting almost 1 to 3% of the world population. It is characterized by progressive loss of dopaminergic neurons in substantia nigra pars compacta region of basal ganglia. The disease is manifested by many of the symptoms. The 4 cardinal features are tremors, especially the resting tremors, rigidity, bradykinesia, and postural instability. We know that there are several treatment choices are available for the symptomatic relief of Parkinson's disease, but naturally these are not devoid of side effects. And still, levodopa is considered as the golden standard therapy for the disease. But yes, literature shows that and practices shows that it is only effective for initial 1 to 3 years, or in some studies 3 to 5 years. This is the pictorial depiction of the facts and figures we have just discussed. Few of the etiological factors. There are the environmental factors and genetic mutations. Both they play a part in the pathogenesis or the etiology of the disease. Especially to mention the drugs in the etiology, haloperidol and reserpine. Haloperidol is the H2 receptor antagonist available as an antipsychotic. So our focus is to use this to create our animal model. Why it is so? Because ultimately it produces the Parkinson's as the side effects. Regarding the pathogenesis, multiple effects are there, genetic mutations, mitochondrial disruptions, etc., etc., etc. Regarding the epidemiology of the disease, it is estimated that in China, till 2030, nearly half of the PD population would be there from China. And regarding the Pakistani data, till 2017, approximately 2 million patients were there. And the data reports that in 2019, this jumps with the 4.5%, that is approximately 50 million patients in Pakistan. Ultimately, more literature shows that men are more affected than the women, and the population in rural population is more affected with the disease. Why it is so? Because of the exposure towards the pesticides. There are various benchmarks of the research in PD, but we are focusing on these two mentioned in red, that is the use of effective animal models to mimic human PD symptoms in animals, and number 2, exploring new therapeutic avenues for anti-PD potentials. By focusing these research objectives, as within the title, the second important part was the plant. Medicinal plants are a rich source of discovering new therapeutic options since ancient times, and currently in prescription medications we can find approximately 60% of the antibiotics from the medicinal sources. So that's the basic rationale to use these medicinal plants. Regarding the selection of Moringa oleifera, literature shows that it contains a variety of phytoconstituents which are known for its antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic or anti-apoptotic or neuroprotective properties. So, especially antioxidant and anti-inflammatory property can be utilized to focus the anti-Parkinson effect or the neuropharmacological effects of the constituents. Thus, we aimed in 3 versions to explore the anti-Parkinson effects of the Moringa seed vehicles, to establish the haloperidol-induced animal model in our lab setting, and to do the subacute toxicity by administering for 14 days.
We have followed the methodology by utilizing NMR mice. We have divided into 4 groups. First group was of the normal saline, normal control group. The disease control group was given 1 mg per kg dose intraperitoneally, that is haloperidol. The third group was a standard group, levodopa, in 250 mg per kg per oral, along with 1 mg per kg IP haloperidol was given. And the fourth group, that is the moringa seed vehicles along with the haloperidol, and we have selected 3 various doses, 250 mg per kg, 500 mg per kg and 750 mg per kg to have the dose dependent effects. These are the few of the behavioral assessments we have followed to conclude our results. Forced swimming test was utilized to have an antidepressant activity. Open field apparatus was tested to show the anxiolytic effects of the moringa oleifera seeds. Catalepsy test bar, it was specified for anti-Parkinson activity, and rotor rod also, it shows the grip strength and the muscle activity that is required in the movement. Further, these behavioral assessments were evaluated by the statistical treatment by using SPSS version 21. Study variables we have utilized were latency time to correct the imposed posture, number of the boxes crossed by the animals, and latency to grip strength. When we did that, after completing the 7-day protocols of the behavioral assessment, and we sacrificed the animal, and the brains and other organs were reserved for future studies, histopathological and molecular studies. To show my results of the behavioral assessments, the first one is the catalepsy bar test. As I have identified that haloperidol, it was there to induce Parkinsonism. It is not the actual human PD, but it was mimicking one of the symptoms, that is the catalepsy. Whenever there is an imposed posture, the animal or the subject is unable to correct it by itself. So, you can see the red line, it is the haloperidol, and the latency to correct its incorrect posture is much higher. The blue line is showing the normal controlled animal, that is the normal one, treated with normal saline. So the animal is so active, there isn't any need. Whenever you put it in the wrong posture, it will correct it by itself within a span of time. The gray line shows haloperidol plus the standard drug levodopa results, and the yellow is our test result. So you can see that these are almost similar, and the significant effects are shown here by the mean SEM, and the p-value was less than 0.05. Furthermore, when we tested open field test, and for this test we have utilized the alternate day treatment. The treatment was given on daily basis, but the test was performed on alternate days. That is the first, third, fifth and 7th day. We can see that the overall locomotor activity of the animal, it was improved in standard drug treatment and our test group drug treatment. These are shown by these green and the purple bar. The blue bar is for the normal saline control treated animals, and the red is the haloperidol induced animals which are unable to move further. Lastly, grip strength test. It was done after the completion of the on the daily basis. It was done, but the clear results were seen after the 7th day. You can clearly see that latency time, that is the grip strength, was less in haloperidol-induced animals, and it was much greater for the blue bar as for the normal saline and the standard and our test group results. So, concluding our behavioral assessments, we were successful to establish haloperidol-induced Parkinsonism in animals in our lab setting at 1 mg per kg dose intraperitoneally within 7 to 10 days. Whenever we were repeating it, sometimes it was 7 days and sometimes it was 10 days. Moringa oleifera seeds vehicle, they have shown promising results regarding its neuropharmacological effects, anti-Parkinson effects, anxiolytic effects with improved muscle coordination in dose-dependent manner. But we have shown only the optimum doses results here. Future studies in this regard should have to be focused on phytoconstituents involved in anti-Parkinson potential, its histological effects on brain, checking of dopaminergic levels through electrophysiology, and exploring its mechanism of action using further molecular techniques. These are the few of the glimpses of our research facilities at Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Dow University of Health Sciences. These are the Molecular Research Lab and the Pharmacological Research Lab. You are most welcome to visit us. This is our contact information, and you are very welcome to join us and to shake hands in the collaborative research works. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Any questions?
I think the take-home message is कि जो पार्किंसंस के पेशेंट हैं वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्वांजना करें.
Swanjana, no doubt. But question is that कि Swanjana का कौन सा part? अब तक तो up till now it is assumed that only leaves are effective. No doubt leaves, they have marvelous nutrition value, but seeds, they do also have this. They have greater calcium content, greater iron content, and the greater protein content.
Right.
So our result shows that this can also be an additive effect, and we can search for new, we can explore new therapy for the Parkinson's, because we don't have the treatment or the cure yet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Salma. Next presenter is Dr. Khalid Rashid. He is Assistant Professor from Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Institute of Science and Technology, Karachi. His presentation title is Autosomal Fetal Age Estimation Using Ultrasound Video.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Dr. Khalid Rashid, Assistant Professor. I am not a medical doctor. I am a PhD doctor in computer science. I just changed my topic a little bit. The topic of my presentation is design and implementation of a novel automated system for fetal biometry and gestational age estimation using ultrasound video. Let me give a little introduction before going on. My topic is actually automating a system or automating a process that is actually a manual work done by a doctor or sonographer. Ultrasound is very common and safe till now, measurement tool, especially for pregnant lady and or fetus. It's very effective for other organs like lungs and many other organs. I just focus on ultrasound that actually taken during the pregnancy. Okay, so let me introduce. Okay, ultrasound imaging. It's high frequency sound waves. Actually, ultrasound is a process where images producing from a sound waves that actually hit on the stomach of the mother, and at the end we have a video on which doctor or sonographer actually looking into it, what the organ is, then they are going to mark and taking the measurement. All the things are on real time Okay, so my focus is on movement of the baby under the stomach, or we can say a fetus. Okay, so what are the challenges that actually faces? The noise and speckles, the ultrasound images. Ultrasound images are produced from sound waves, so we have a lot of noises there. Lack of experience and sonographer expertise because of the manual work. Doctors are actually putting marking on the organs, then system automatically measure the age, the growth, the estimated delivery date, and so on. So the result is automated, but the marking is manual. More complex thing is finding out the image that have a perfect organ, a very best visualized image on which actually doctor can place the marking. So all the results are actually depend on the image that actually taken by the sonographer or the doctor. So the expertise are involved very much. The time consuming nature, just because they are taking the image from the video, and we know video it's around 60 frames per second speed, so it's very difficult to pause the video and taking the video. Because of the low signal to noise ratio, ultrasound usually falls short of the clarity depicting. The manual measurement of fetal biometry remains a challenging and time consuming task even for the experienced examiner. The problem I am discussing here and giving a solution, it's not only a solution for our country, for the third world countries, it's not available for the first world country. The solution proposed by myself is actually in a process of patent in US, and I am already engaged in a company that actually developing ultrasound machine. So in future, very nearby future, we have ultrasound machines that actually not only automating or calculating the measurement after taking the points from doctor, but it will automate all the process, not semi or partial automation. It will be a complete automation process. Not only taking, but it will also guiding the doctor to place the probe. Okay, so the current techniques to estimate the fetal biometry, I again discuss a lot. They are actually what the doctor, sonographers, because we all know every woman during the pregnancy period, they have go to the doctor for around 3 to 4 times for this ultrasound. So it's very safe, and everyone knows how actually. So what I am discussing and what my research is focusing on just 3 parameters and one measurement. This measurement is actually depend on 3 different parameters. One is BPD, biparital diameters, OFD, and HC. Actually, we have an elliptical shape. Head is an elliptical shape. Fetal head is an elliptical shape. And when we discuss or when we talk about the ellipse, we have 3 different inputs. One is a major axis, one is a minor axis, and the third is a circumference. So these 3 terminology in medical term, we say BPD, HC, and OFD. Those terms are different, but the measurements are similar. A little bit literature. I am not the only one, or I am not the first one who is taking automation of this. There are lots of other researchers who already developed, but what they are actually focusing on, they focusing on an image that is provided by the doctor. Once the doctor is providing an image, they say marking will be automated. So marking part is again an automated system, but finding out the best image is again a challenging work. Most of the doctors spending time just on finding out the image. Again, if a doctor find an image that is not a perfect image, that is not a visualized image, even we have an automated system that calculate the age, that calculate the growth, but just because of not finding the best image, system will produce and not accurate or not exactly what we are expecting. So the researchers focus on an image. What I am proposing is finding out the image also a part of the automated system. So the problem, currently fetal biometry measurement are taken manually, which induces inaccuracy in measurement while requiring significant time and expert sonographer. Let me discuss here one case study. A few time back, actually this research is conducted in the collaboration of the Aga Khan University at Karachi. What we actually focus on, let me share one case study. One patient was come, and unfortunately it was given around 20th slot in a queue. So after taking 20 ultrasound, doctor is tired, and the patient was around 12 or 13 weeks, and she gave the result around 12 weeks. After 2 months, she came back, and fortunately, that time she get the number of first. So the doctor at that time, when the number was 20th, was tired. So, and second time when she came, the doctor was fresh, and she was the first candidate. So the result very fluctuate. So what the problem behind is, all depend on the doctor expertise. Again, depend on what the doctor is currently. If she or is tired, so the result will be varied. And one more problem, it's actually how it's stacking on. One hand of the doctor is on have the probe, one hand is on the mouse, and doctor continuously looking into the patient and the ultrasound machine. So he is looking into the patient, either she is irritating or machine have the best result. So at the same time, doctor is engaging multiple things. So this causes muscle injury and many other things. Okay. The solution statement, design a robust system that could mitigate the issue related to manual scanning work in real time, robust and more consistent in measuring fetal biometry to estimate fetal gestational age by parietal diameter, head circumferences, and occipital frontier diameter, that is OFD. Okay, there are two objectives. One is to develop automated system, and the second is to calculate fetal gestational age by finding out the best visualized frame. Okay. So here is the methodology, how actually it works. The system is actually depend or combining different model. We know there is an AI. We all know after the ChatGPT, it's very common, all of us. We know one is a classification model. Like if I give an image to any AI model and ask them, what is it? If a cat image, if a dog image, system automatically differentiate, classify, yes, these are the cat images, these are the dog images. So the system finding out the best frame, we use a classifier that will actually give us a best frame on which system can measure the estimation. Second is, after getting the best frame, we use a segmentation model that actually highlight, or you can say mark the organ on which we are going to estimate age. And then there are some technical steps, binarization, thresholding the image, then applying the least square ellipse to best perfect fit of ellipse. After fitting the ellipse, then we have measurement what we are actually going to go. And one more thing, normal doctor practices are one doctor taking ultrasound measurement with the BPT, other is with the OFT, one maybe with the ACSE. What we propose is to take the measurement from all three inputs, because we have all three inputs, it's not difficult. One thing. Second thing is, doctor repeat his measurement for 2 to 3 times. But in our system, every best frame is actually stored in our system, and we are measuring not only 2 to 3 times, we are measuring the result on multiple frames. And then we are taking the mean results and finding out the... Okay, let me finish my result. These are some observations and calculation results. There are the results. We have tested this system around 1,000 ultrasound at Aga Khan University Hospital, and we got the very good result. Here are the correlation on what our system proposed and what actual doctor measurements, because we have 1 week Okay, so there are the total breakups of, and here is the final conclusion. Gynecologist, sonographer time, less human interaction, remote patient easily monitored by midwife, not too much trained person required to take fetal ultrasound measurement. System can estimate gestational age with different surface plane on fetal head. Okay, and the future work, if we successfully implement this on head, we definitely implement this on stomach and other organs like liver and kidney, many others. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Now, house is open for discussion. If there is no question, I can proceed. Our next presenter is Dr. Shaista Qamar. She is Associate Professor from University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, Pakistan. Her presentation topic is determination of possible nitrosamine moieties in fluoxetine solid dosage form after stress conditions. Dr. Saya, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum and very good noon to all of you. The topic of my presentation is determination of the possible nitrosamine moieties in fluoxetine solid dosage form after stress condition. As most of the participants sitting here, they know about the nitrosamine moiety because nitrosamine moieties today are the matter of concern for all the health professionals because nitrosamines are the genotoxic compounds. Basically, they are the organic compounds which are considered as the genotoxic and carcinogenic in animals and humans. And they are also categorized as class 2A carcinogen. Class 2A carcinogens actually are the carcinogens in which the ICRA, International Cancer Research Association, has declared them as a mutagenic and genotoxic compounds. They are also referred as cohort of concerned compounds in ICH guidelines for industry M7. These are the compounds which retain throughout their lifetime in the products which are being used to treat the disease. So the industry have laid down some guidelines to declare some of the compounds as the M7 in their M7 guidelines. They are diversely distributed in our environment. Nitrosamines actually very much distributed in soil, environment, and water and drugs. These are also produced endogenously. Endogenously, they are also produced because when someone takes these kind of materials like soil, food, water, and drugs, in which the plants are grown, in which the drugs are taken by the patients, they are also produced endogenously. The introduction of the members of the nitrosamine actually are the group of compounds, and they consist of the NDMA, NDEA, and MPA, and NDIPA, and IPEA, and DBA, and MBA. Actually, these are the derivatives of these compounds in which the structures of these compounds are laid down here. These all compounds are considered as the nitrosamine compounds. In all these compounds, actually the most dangerous or the most genotoxic compound was declared as NDMA. NDMA is an N-nitrosodimethylamine compound, and it is the simplest member of this group, which is considered as health hazard. Basically the nature of these compounds, physical state of these compounds is these are the pale yellow colored volatile liquids. They are initially reported to be present in processed food and chlorinated drinking water. Most of the research now is oriented on these compounds because all of these products which are related to the processed foods and chlorinated drinking water, they have found that this compound is present in those substances. Its presence in pharmaceuticals was an alert for regulatory authority because most of the drugs which have been recalled by the FDA, they have nitrosamine moieties in them. These are chemically, because they are also produced endogenously, so these are formed by the reaction of the nitrosating agents with secondary and tertiary amines. They can be taken internally and they can be produced in the body also. The possible pathway of nitrosamine formation. Actually, if we see the structure of these compounds, the NN bond formation by nitrite and a functional group containing secondary and tertiary amines. Most of the compounds which contain secondary or tertiary amines, actually they can form these compounds after the processing of the food, the processing of the drugs, and the processing of the water. And these are the interaction of the excipients and in the drugs. Because I am a pharmacist and because of the pharmacy, I belong to the pharmacy field. So I will talk about the drugs. Most of the drugs, when they are formulated, when they are manufactured, they can be formed after the interaction of the excipients with the API. So it is not necessary that the nitrosamine moiety is present in the API or in the excipients, but after when they are formulated, they can be formed after the interaction of these two. The interaction with primary packaging material, they can also be formed with the packaging material. All of you know that the packaging material in which the drugs are packed, which can be primary or secondary packaging materials, nitrocellulose blisters and printing inks also. API have secondary or tertiary amines in their chemical structure. Most of the APIs which are used, APIs actually are the active pharmaceutical ingredients which treat different diseases. So they can be formed after that. So the reason of this study was to explore the nitrosamine moieties in fluoxetine capsules. Actually, fluoxetine is the drug which is mostly taken by the patients for a long time, and also it have the secondary amine in their structure. So the reason of the study in these capsules was that to explore the nitrosamine moieties in those capsules or in those drugs. And the other objective was, that was the main objective, that most of the drugs which have both of these properties were recalled by FDA, like valsartan in 2018, ranitidine in 2019, and metformin in 2020. These are the drugs which were recalled by the FDA in different years due to the presence of the nitrosamine moiety in them. The safe limit was defined by FDA. These are the different nitrosamine moieties in which they have mentioned about all these, all their limits which can be considered their safety limits, and above that limit they can be dangerous, they can be carcinogenic. This is the introduction about the fluoxetine. As you all people know that fluoxetine is the antidepressant drug and belong to a group of medicines known as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs. The medicine work by increasing the activity of serotonin in the brain, and it is used in the long-term treatment of major depressive disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, and bipolar depression. And why I have selected? Because of these two reasons which I have already mentioned. My research work was on the fluoxetine capsules. So I studied it on the after applying the stress conditions, because every medicine has to be transported in different conditions. So I applied stress conditions to observe its effect, that nitrosamines will be produced or not. These are the conditions which were applied on the capsules, different brands of capsules, in which different brands were chosen from the local market and from the multinational industry. This collection was made, sample was prepared, sample treatment under stress conditions, and these are the stress conditions which were applied on those capsules. And for those studies, because they are present in very minute quantity, so the instrument which were chosen for this study was the LCMS and GCMS. These are the conditions of the instruments which were chosen for their study. These are the results which I found. First of all, because that was an analytical study, first of all, the chromatogram of the nitrosamine moiety, NDMA, was found out, and it is the chromatogram of the NDMA. In LCMS, these are the results of the different brands of the fluoxetine capsules, and in which we can see that no peak was observed of the NDMA which was present. And these are the results when the acid hydrolysis was performed on those capsules. And these are the results of the three brands of the fluoxetine capsule, in which the basic hydrolysis study was performed. No NDMA is observed in these chromatograms. These are the oxidative hydrolysis studies, in which also there is no any finding of the NDMA. And these are the thermal hydrolysis results. It means 4 stress conditions have shown that no stress studies is observed. These are the results of the GCMS, in which that was the results of the NDMA. These are the results of the basic hydrolysis in LCMS. So both of these highly sensitive instruments were brought into consideration for these studies. And after that, the most common compounds were also observed in these studies. That in all those studies, these are the details of the compounds which were found out in those by using those instruments. These are the results of the spectra. And in the last, we can see that the number of degradants in different conditions are here, and mostly the acidic conditions have shown that after the application of the acidic hydrolysis, most of the brands have shown much hydrolyzed products. Degradants, we can see it, degradants. And these are the conclusion, what we have found, because the basic objective was that we have to find out the safety profile of the fluoxetine capsule, because these capsules, these products have both these properties, that they are used for long term, and they are also contains secondary amines. So when we find out the safety profile of the drug, we found that the degradants other than nitrosamines formed in the sample and standard and stress conditions were when observed. We say that the absence of nitrosamines above minimum detectable level rather render the drugs safe for human use. It means they are declared as safe, that human can use those drugs. Harsh stress conditions may have degraded NDMA, and harsh means acidic or basic hydrolysis have degraded NDMA. But how we can find? We did not find those degradants in GCMS and LCMS, but highly sensitive instruments can be applied to detect, maybe after the degradants which we have found in those chromatograms, maybe they have, after degradation, they can form NDMA, but in the simple instrument, which is also a highly sophisticated, but we did not found NDMA after the application of those instruments. A more advanced analytical technique can reveal true picture, and further studies can be done on the animal models, or simulated conditions can predict actually the real pathway, that how the NDMA is formed in the fluoxetine capsules. Thank you so much for your attention. Yes, any questions, please?
Sorry, question now will be shared at the end, because we have very short time for the upcoming lunch ceremony. So the next, sorry, madam. Our next presenter is Dr. Maqsudur Rahman. He is lecturer at University of Malakand. The presentation title is Fabrication of Ketoconazole Nanoformulations using extra virgin olive oil.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm Dr. Maqsudur Rahman, and I'm fully aware that time is too short, and I will try to talk very briefly. So, fabrication of ketoconazole nanoformulation using the extra virgin olive oil, comparative pharmacokinetic and stability study. So this is, the outlines are introductions and objective, methods of fabrication, characterization, results, conclusion, question, etc. So just to know about the problem, actually according to the British Pharmacopoeia and United States Pharmacopoeia, USP and BP, the drugs with a solubility below 0.1 milligram per ml, so in the solvent, in any solvent, especially the aqueous in the water, are considered practically insoluble drugs, and they face significant solubilization problem. So most of the newly discovered drugs, and they majority, more than 70% of drugs facing these kind of problems of the solubilization. So and the solubilization actually lead to the poor drug absorption and poor drug bioavailability. So, and automatically there is the main objective, that is the therapeutic outcomes, and we can say with efficacy of the drugs is reduced due to the reduced bioavailability. So the required solubility to obtain a decent bioavailability must be evaluated considering the dose as well as the GIT permeability of the drug. If you look at the BCS classification, most of the pharmacists, they know about this type of classification. So we have 4 classes of drugs according to the biopharmaceutical classification system. That is BCS1, BCS2, BCS3, and BCS4. BCS1 drugs are actually high, they have high solubility as well as high permeability. Class 2 drugs have low solubility with high permeability. Class 3 drugs have high solubility but low permeability, and class 4 drugs have low solubility and also low permeability. So the low solubility problems among the 2 groups, that is class 2 and class 4, they face the solubility problems. So according to this classifications, there are various kinds of the drugs, and there are various kinds of formulation approaches are used to actually to address these problems. So there are, the one is the nanotechnological approaches. The nanotechnological approach is actually one of the conventional approaches to reduce the size of the particles, reduce the size of the drugs, and to increase the surface area, and to, in case, to increase the solubility and increase the permeability of the drug, and ultimately the bioavailability. And finally, our objective is to the pharmacological action, or pharmacological outcomes. And the other thing is actually to increase its solubility using the lipid approaches. So lipid-based approaches are, we can say, are used to increase the solubility of the drug. So there are 2 different kinds of approaches. So actually we try to combine these 2 approaches, and we try to develop the nano formulation, use the lipid-based formulation which based on the lipids. So we tried in this study, there are various approaches to formulate the drugs. If you use the lipid-based formulation, there are various kinds like nanoparticles, like liposomes, like niosomes. Now, a number of kinds of the formulations are available, but we try to convert them into the nano-emulsion, and we try to micro-emulsion method in this our studies. So the main objectives of our study to fabricate the ketoconazole lipid-based nanoparticle for the better bioavailability of the drug and drug delivery. Then to formulate the pharmaceutically stable ketoconazole lipid-based nanoparticles, and similarity study of the lipid-based nanoparticles and their comparison with the already marketed drug. So as you know that ketoconazole is one of the class 2 drugs which have low bioavailability and low solubility. So we use the microemulsion method to develop our nano formulation, and we use for the lipid we use the virgin olive oil as one of the lipid based we can say excipients, 280 as a surfactant and PEG 600 as a co-surfactant. So based on the surfactant and co-surfactant ratio, an optimized formulation with a particle size 50.29 and PDI in the range below 0.5, and zeta potential is also in an acceptable range were determined, and along with the entrapment efficiency of the drug, that how the drug can be entrapped in our formulation, and also the drug loading capacity DLC is also determined. Similarly, our samples were lyophilized, and the freeze-dried samples were further characterized by SEM, scanning electron microscopy, to confirm the particle size and the surface structure of our sample. Similarly, we perform different kinds of the XRD studies, that how the crystalline nature of the drug is changed from a crystalline to amorphous, because it also leads to the increase in the bioavailability and solubility of the drug. It changes its nature from crystalline to the amorphous form. And similarly, we studied the FTIR study, and of each and every ingredient, and also we performed the FTIR study for our marketed drug and also the formulation. And when we compare that there is no change in the means that there is no drug and excipient interaction, and they are compatible with the excipients. So then we perform the in vitro and as well as the in vivo studies. So the in vitro studies, we actually obtain the release data, that how the drug is released, what kind of the model it perform, either zero kinetics or a Gaussian model, or what kind of the model it can be, the drug can be released from this drug, from this formulation. And we also actually studied using the animal model, rabbit as an animal model, to treat its antifungal activity, and also compare our product with the marketed drug. So also for the release as well as for the antifungal activity. So the in vitro release of the nano formulation and our marketed drug, so you can see, and we can also determine the similarity studies, that how much their release is similar to the marketed drug, so that are comparable. And then we perform the qualitative analysis of the different antifungal activities using the 3 different groups, using the formulation without the drug, without drug, then ketoconazole suspension, and then the ketoconazole suspension or lab prepared drug, and then we observe that with the different dose form, and after 5 days and 10 days and 7 days, you can see that there is the decrease in the size of the infection. But without drug there is no recovery, but with the marketed drug and our nano formulation, if you can see, after 10 days there is but after 15 days there is a complete recovery of the drug, of the infection. So it is, we can say that there is an improvement in the ketoconazole function when we administer it in the form of the nano formulation or in the lipid-based nano formulation. And the lipid-based nano formulation, we use the olive virgin oil as a lipid. So, in conclusion, it is concluded that ketoconazole is in the form of lipid-based nanoformulation, is a promising nanoformulation technique and nanomedicine with a stable, sustainable release behavior as well. So, which we have discussed in our in vitro release. So, BCS2 drugs which have a low bioavailability, or we can say low solubility, like ketoconazole, can be successfully loaded in the lipid-based formulation, and also in the in vitro release studies confirm that ketoconazole, that this system is suitable to improve the oral bioavailability of the ketoconazole when we compare with the marketed drug, and ultimately it will increase the solubility, permeability, and finally the bioavailability of the drug. So I acknowledge the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan for sponsoring us through NRPU project for this project, our ORIC office, and National Institute for Biotechnology and Genetic Engineering, NIBG, Faisalabad as well. If you have any question, you are welcome. I think this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No question can be asked. Thank you very much for all. The next session, session 1 of ES 2024. And the most promising thing is, apart from the diversity of topics and the areas of study, so the geographical diversity was also apparent. Apart from the diversity of the scientific topic and the areas of study, the geographical distribution was very diverse, because from Islamabad we went to in the native town of Faisalabad, and then Karachi and Peshawar, and then Rawalpindi, which is great, and then and Lahore. And then is Malakand, the far-off area. Of course, we were deprived of the presentation from Bahawalpur because he or she couldn't reach there. So it was diverse in all the aspects, in geographical distribution and the areas of study. Thank you very much, all the speakers and those who asked the questions, and thank you for keeping yourself awake. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam and Professor Dr. Sobiat Basum for your time.
Attention please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are requested to you please move to the lobby area for your lunch break. Take your refreshment and come back to the same place at right 2:30. Please follow the time strictly. Thank you.